Good morning. Once again, the team in the back there. The Board of Appeal for Tuesday, December 11th is now in session. Just a reminder, please make sure your cell phones are off. And in conformance with the open meeting law, I'm reminding you that this meeting is being live streamed. Just a reminder, because I do see some new faces here today, when you come to speak, either in support or in opposition, we are interested in hearing new information. We are information gathering at this meeting. So give us new information after you've put your name and address on the record. If somebody has already stated your concern, please be respectful and just put your name and address on the record. That would really help us expedite, but at the same time give each project enough time. Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first order of business is the approval of the hearing minutes of November 13th, 2018. We need a motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the first case for extension, calling BOA 649-948, 16 Ronald Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. Ruth Silman with Nixon Peabody on behalf of Hearth, which is the applicant for an extension. 2 years ago, the board granted zoning relief for this project.
Just a minute, for 1 minute. I am on the board of Hearth, so I'm recusing myself from this.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This project is a 54-unit affordable senior development on Ronald Street in Roxbury, and finally this summer was awarded federal and state tax credits, and so the construction loan closing will occur in the spring, and then construction will begin late spring, early summer. The delay has been due to the fact that these competitive tax credit rounds exist, but the project had not been awarded tax credits until this summer, and so we're requesting a one-year extension.
I'm going to make a motion for a one-year extension.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank
All
you.
opposed? Motion's granted.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 463-655, 120 West 4th Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street, Boston, Massachusetts, attorney for the applicant on 120 West 4th Street. This board granted relief in December of 2015, and subsequent to the board's decision, there were two separate abutter lawsuits that were filed. One was dismissed and settled in December 20 of 2016. The second was settled and dismissed in April of 2017. So technically the 2 years doesn't run until April of 2019, but given the pendency of the decision in the first case being dismissed in December of 2017, we seek a one-year extension at this time.
Will 1 year be enough?
1 year will be enough. The applicant is a photography and production studio located at this location, and given the current commercial market, they've just had a hard time finding another place to move their business while they construct the new building, which they'll move back into after construction.
I'll make a motion for a one-year extension.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case with board final arbiter, calling BOA 812-645, 97 Woodrow Avenue. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Ralph Parent, 15 Greenock Street, Dorchester, Mass. 02124. I'm here to clarify an error on the zoning refusal letter. It currently reads to erect two-family dwelling. The plans that were submitted to ISD and approved by ZBA were for a single-family home. So I'm just clearing the record for the purpose of the development to be a single-family home.
For the record, I'll make a motion that it is a one-family.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set with that clarification.
Are there any deferrals? I'm going to call the 9:30 hearings. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals? Counselor, address, please. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. I get building code before that. I'll get right back to you. Calling building code. Calling BOA 889-359, 54 East Springfield Street. This is section the 9th, 780 CMR, 1011 stairways, 1011.12. In buildings of 4 or more stories above grade plane, one stairway shall extend to the roof. 1011.12.2, roof access, where a stairway is provided to a roof, access to the roof shall be provided through a penthouse, complying with this section 1510.2. Name and address for the record, please.
54 East Springfield Street, number 4, Victoria Scomiel, Boston, 02118.
Tell us, tell us how, does Mr. Pisani have the plans?
I do, yes.
Okay, so tell us why you're requesting this relief?
The roof deck access is meant for just Victoria, which is on the 4th floor, her unit. It's not for the entire building's use. This is a roof repair, roof deck replacement, and the building code variance that we're requesting is because we went through the Historical Society, we submitted the plans they approved that show a roof hatch rather than a penthouse. So we're looking for a variance to approve, again, a hatch versus a penthouse.
And was that a deck previously approved by this board? It's a legal deck, in other words?
It's a legal deck that exists now.
Okay. Mr. Pisani?
Yes, this is within the historic district of
Yes.
Southampton.
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion to grant the building code relief requested for the use of a roof hatch instead of a stair. And again, this is only for the 4th floor unit.
Exactly.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now we get to the 9:30 hearings. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30? Address, please.
I have 3, Mr. Fortune.
Yes.
First one will be 605 East 6th Street.
For the record, calling BOA 845-532-605 East 6th Street. The companion case BOA 845-528-605 East 6th Street. And there's another one also? Do all 3 at the same time.
Number 2 is 53 F Street.
For the record, BOA 831-693 F Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Number 3, would you like number 3?
Sorry, George, what did you just say?
I didn't know if Mr. Fortune was going to call the 3rd. I said there are 3.
Okay. Mr. Fortune?
I'm sorry.
So you called F Street too?
I did call the 3rd case, did I not?
No, this companion case, then he called the other case.
53 F, I'm sorry, was zoning and building. There's also a zoning code, which is 447 West 4th Street.
So this is BOA 867-200?
Correct. This one.
Is that a separate applicant?
Yes.
So there's 4 total. I'm sorry.
Yes, there are 4 total, including one is a building code and a zoning code. So it's
the
605 East 6th Street, which is building, building and zoning, 53 F Street, which is zoning, and 447 West 4th, which
Call that in for the record. BOA 867-200-447 West 4th Street.
thank you.
And this is all one project?
No, it's not. These are 3 separate projects.
These are-
2 of them are the same applicant. 1 is a different applicant. The last matter, 440.
So let's call the ones that are related together, okay?
Then we have to call them individually. The only,
Okay.
they're individual by
Okay.
address. They're not related by
Yes,
address.
so let's just do that so the record's clear, okay? Mark, do you mind?
So we'll go back to 605?
Yeah.
For the record, BOA 845-532-605 East 6th Street. Companion case BOA 845-528-605 East 6th Street.
My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston, requesting a deferral. This matter requires additional community process.
And when do you expect this to be completed? Given the holidays?
One additional meeting, yes. I think the meeting will probably be, maybe accomplished in December, but certainly in early January.
Okay.
Motion to defer. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date?
The earliest day we can get is February 5th on those. Calling the next case, BOA 831-693-53 F Street. Name and address for the record, please.
George Moranci, I'm an attorney with the business address at 350 West Broadway, also requesting a deferral owing to the need for additional community process. Meeting could be held in December, possibly in January.
Motion to defer.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
Also will be the date of February 5th.
That's at, all these are at 11:30.
Correct. And the last one, case BOA 867-200-447 West 4th Street. Name and address for the
George
record.
Moran, I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway. This is not my case. As a courtesy, I told the applicant I would request a deferral. This matter also needs additional community process.
And do they expect that to happen at the same kind of schedule as the previous cases?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Motion to defer. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That will be also February 5th.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
11:30. Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30? Hearing none, we'll call the first case. Calling BOA 822-030-212 Chelsea Street. This is to construct a roof deck and extend living space to a head house on the existing two-family residential dwelling. The violations, Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR, and Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. Name and address for the record, please.
Kenneth Logan, 212 Chelsea Street, East Boston.
So tell us what's being proposed.
So originally, when we put in our proposal, I spoke with the inspectors, and they didn't know what would be approved until they saw the plans. So they said, why don't you put in what, you know, the extent of what you would like if you can get it approved, which was to add living space into the head house. Unfortunately, we don't have enough FRA, for area ratio.
Okay.
FAR.
So how large is that living space that's being proposed in the head house?
Well, it's an existing structure. I'm going to say it's,
Just the size of the roof is 20 by 30 feet, 600 square feet, but we don't have the size of
the head house is roughly, I'm going to say 10 by 6.
And what's, okay, how are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Is this an existing head house?
Yes.
It is, and it was legally put up there?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, the house is, the building's over 100 years old. It
Okay.
has the original staircase that goes all the way up to the roof.
Okay.
So we're just going to now
Right,
use
but
the,
are you in fact enlarging it because the staircase is not as large as your proposed head house?
yes, we enlarged it slightly, you know,
How long ago was that?
over the summer.
Oh, so you've already done the work.
Well, the existing head house was deteriorating and needed to be renovated, so we renovated it. But we haven't done anything with the roof deck yet.
Well, the issue before us really is that head house, because, okay, Mr. Pisani, what's the size of that head house?
Give me a second to do the best approximation. The stair would appear to be 9 foot, assuming that there are 3-foot runs. It's a U-shaped stair, so 3, 3, and 3 because there are winders. And then there would appear to be an additional 6 feet on either side. Again, I'm simply taking a look at the plan because it's not to scale, but approximating is 3 foot, 3 foot. So it would appear that 9 plus, or if I say 5 and 5 instead of 6, would appear to be that the head house is 19 feet, 18 to 19 feet, and in the other direction, it would appear to be 12 feet. So it would appear that your head house is, call it 18 by 12, which is much larger than what we normally do for head house. Why do you want it so large?
Well, originally, we thought we'd be able to put living space there, but now we were told we can't, so we're just going to use it for storage.
Sorry, originally what?
We were told we might be able to use it for living space when I originally spoke with the Boston inspectional people. But then they said I don't have enough FAR, so now they said you'll have to
So
just use it for storage.
hold on, what kind of living space were you proposing?
What sort of living space? You know, a table and chair, basically.
And so you're not, okay, go ahead.
You've already done this work. How much larger is it than the one before?
Then the original one is probably
Double. No, it means double the size.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
We are not gonna make the,
Hold on.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office on Neighborhood Services. We hosted a various meeting for this proposal on August 2nd, and also the project it was presented in front of the Maverick Central Square Civic Association, and they vote in support. No concerns were expressed during this community process. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Legacy Councilwoman Lydia Edwards. Hearing no opposition, the council wishes to go and recommend support.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? I mean, this puts, honestly.
I want to make a motion for denial without prejudice. And the reason being that it is disrespectful for everybody that comes to the board for a variance. And I don't think that we should be in the business of rewarding bad behavior.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries, so this project has been denied without prejudice. You can come up with another option. Okay?
Madam Chair, I have two projects here that are withdrawing, so I'm going to call them in for the record. Calling the first one, calling BOA 865-287-54 High Street. I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then the second case is case BOA 831-366-198 Hanover Street. I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice. This is the second one, I'm sorry.
The second case,
Yep.
okay. Is there a second?
198 Hanover Street?
It's the Starbucks. The Starbucks. Yep.
Rebecca, are you here representing Karen,
Yes.
the ATM machine?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the Starbucks.
This is the Starbucks.
There are two projects with the same address. This is the Starbucks project.
Your project's going to be called.
Okay?
Yeah.
So there's a motion for denial without prejudice. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 889-510-155 Porter Street. This is to construct a new one-story addition, provide off-street parking for 66 vehicles, change occupancy from manufacturing, telephone exchange, and wireless communications to a 123-room hotel, restaurant, coffee shop, 36A takeout, wireless communication. This is combining parcels, a parcel consisting of 50,404 square feet and 50,000 square feet actual, it's 50,329. The violations, Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction, extension of a non-conforming building is the addition. Article 9, Section 2, non-conforming use change, manufacturing, telephone exchange, and wireless communications. Article 10, Section 1, handicap spaces, no parking, fire lanes not shown. Article 53, Section 36, accessory conference center. Article 53, Section 36, executive suites. Article 53, Section 36, restaurant at 38 to include takeout. Article 53, Section 36, retail. Article 53, Section 36, coffee shop with takeout. Article 53, Section 36, hotel is conditional. Article 53, Section 37, maximum allowed FAR has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 37, the maximum allowed height has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 37, dimensional regulations, insufficient open space unit. Article 53, Section 8, a hotel addition is conditional in MFR subdistrict. Article 53, Section 8, accessory parking on a parcel located within the MFR subdistrict. And Article 53, roof structure restrictions, the addition. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Summer Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioners, with me is Utkarsh Patel. He's the project architect. To his right is Ashok Patel, who is the Vice President of Development and Acquisitions for Jensen Hotel Management. Madam Chair, we're before the board out of an abundance of caution this morning relative to this proposal, which was approved by this board back in 2016. Based upon the time since that approval occurred, we've elected to proceed with a full hearing with full notice and public hearing is
So
supposed.
when was that approved, in 2016?
March of 2016.
Okay.
And that was by the predecessor entitled to the current owner of the property, which is being developed by Janssen Hotel Management. Janssen did obtain a permit to begin the exterior renovations for this project during the 2-year period. However, that permit was not issued pursuant to the long form that the zoning approval was granted. So in order to ensure that we are compliant with the 2-year requirement, we've requested a full hearing to essentially renew the approvals that were granted by this board in 2016. Just a quick overview for the members who may not have been part of that hearing. This seeks to combine 3 parcels located just on the edge of the Jeffreys Point neighborhood and create a new parcel of about 50,000 square feet. This would involve the complete rehabilitation and renovation of an existing 5-story building, which would contain about 69,000 square feet and be rehabilitated for reuse as a hotel with restaurant and conference center. By way of detail, this is ultimately going to result in a 123-room hotel.
I'm sorry, 123 room?
123 rooms.
And what's the difference? Because I noticed it talks about executive suites. What's the difference?
So the hotel, I think they were including in the original petition, they were including uses for executive suites as well. I don't believe that's part of the current proposal. It's strictly limited to hotel, full-service restaurant, coffee shop that would be part of the restaurant with the takeout, and then to include and maintain the telephone exchange and wireless communication equipment. One change that did occur since the last approval by this board was the proposed 6,000 square foot addition on the roof has been eliminated. So there is no addition vertically. This is being worked through the process as it continues under Article 80 large project review with the Boston Planning and Development Agency. If this is approved, the developer will invest about $25 million in construction costs for the rehabilitation of this building, create about 50 to 75 full-time and part-time jobs, as well as take about 10 to 14 months for complete renovation.
So what are the violations?
I think it's easier to say which ones there are. Looking at the uses, the hotel use, because we're combining 2 lots.
This is an MFR district, so the hotel is forbidden.
Conditional.
Conditional, okay.
In addition to, well, I'm sorry, the CE district and the MFR district, we have border enhancement as well as MFR. Parking lots being combined with the CE would create 2 lots located in 2 sub-districts, so we do need a relief for the hotel. Coffee shop, takeout, restaurant, et cetera, conditional uses in CE. And then the remaining violations obviously deal with the maximum FAR. The existing condition of the building has about 69,000 square feet, which we maintain.
What's the FAR in this district?
1.1.
1.0. 1 on the nose, and what's the proposed?
So roughly difference between, well, the function of 69,000 square feet gross over 50,000 square feet, so just slightly
Over. Okay.
Limitation of parking area, there is proposed use of the exterior of the building, combined lots for a total of 66 parking spaces. Again, being worked out in conjunction through the Article 80 design review process. But again, this was all consistent with what was presented originally to the board and approved by the board and the BPDA back in 2016. This has been vetted with the neighborhood as well as direct abutters. We did have an opportunity to represent this to the Gove Street Citizens Association.
I'm sorry, and the telecommunications, that's all approved?
It's all approved pre-existing, so we're maintaining those uses. Part of this proposal involves relocation of the telecommunications equipment, which you can see from the existing photos, to an area in the middle of the roof which will have screening, so the exterior of the building has a much more adaptable feel to the neighborhood.
No roof use?
No
other
roof
than
use being proposed.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
Your drawings are adequate.
Any questions?
Counselor, can you illuminate as to when the telecommunications was put on there? Because it appears over the past 2 years since this was originally approved that telecommunications has grown after that.
My understanding through the chair is that telecommunications was approved generally for the building that was prior to their ownership, and they took subject to all the telecommunications leases and easements on the roof. We're not certain as to the extent of what that was done. Having the easement, the roof rights, the telecommunications company essentially have the authority to permit and petition the board on their own without any interference or consent from the.
Okay, but as part of this proposal, you're going to it's going to be all reorganized and it'll be dealt with in a manner that is acceptable to the BPDA.
One of the reasons for the delay, Mr. Bizzani, has been the telecommunications negotiations. It's a very complex process of relocating those antennas to the middle of the roof. But that good progress has been made by Janssen on that. They do have a follow-up meeting coming up on the 19th and hopefully have good progress.
Okay, thank you.
It's not, Mr. Lynn, it's not clear to me from these drawings, I don't have the full set of prints. What exactly is being renovated and what's new construction?
Existing shell of the building is being renovated. I can let the architect explain about any additions and changes to the exterior of the building. But the original addition that was proposed would have been vertical above the roof line. That's not being proposed any further. I believe everything else is within the existing footprint of the building presently.
Okay. You don't have, that's fine. That was my question. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Are you speaking in support?
I'd like to have a clarification.
Hold on.
Okay.
First, I need anybody here who's speaking in support. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office on Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go in record in support. The conditions of the building are being causing a lot of concerns with the neighbors. And finally, they made a presentation that they're going to move forward and apply for the approval of the process and start the construction. And based on that, the Gove Street Neighborhood Association, they didn't express any concerns, and they would like to see something, the construction started with this building. Thank you.
Thank you.
She wants to go on record in being support because the community supports it, and also the community would like it to start as soon as possible.
I'm sorry, Judy, what was that last sentence?
The community would like the work to start as soon as possible.
You guys put on notice here. Okay, is anybody here to speak in opposition? Minor?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. In behalf of our members living in East Boston, there's a few concerns we have that can probably be addressed within the next 20 minutes, half hour. We simply ask for the opportunity to have the conversation.
So are you requesting a short deferral so the conversation can occur?
That's correct.
Okay. Ma'am, you put your name and address on the record and tell us what your concerns are.
Okay. My name is Freddie Dworkin. I live at 156 Porter Street, which is directly across from the construction. My condo is about 200 feet from the corner of the building. When this proposal was originally made by the original hotel owners, the Loftel project, and it went to Gove Street, one of the concerns that was stated was to not have an outdoor restaurant. They had proposed an outdoor restaurant. And they agreed to not have that outdoor restaurant. They then subsequently sold the project to the current owners of the project. And I would like to, and my understanding is that Gove Street did not have another vote. They had presentations, but they did not have another vote with the new owners. And I would just like to clarify that that outdoor restaurant is still not part of the proposal.
Thank you.
I have noise concerns since I'm so close.
So what are your, so you have noise concerns related to the outdoor restaurant?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Thanks, Counselor?
So with respect to what was approved and presented to the Gove Street Neighborhood Association 2 years ago.
So one question.
No outdoor restaurant.
So no outdoor restaurant, bottom line, and that was not a proviso in our previous, in the previous board decision?
It was not, and we've committed to that through the Article 80 process
Okay.
as well, to have
Excellent.
the interior restaurant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you speaking in support? I need, are you in support or in opposition?
More of a clarification.
Okay, then please, can you hustle along and put your name and address on the record?
Sure. My name is Mark Bonden, 80 Frankfurt Street, East Boston. I might even be closer than 200 feet to the hotel.
So what is your concern?
For clarification, because Richie has been very helpful to us. Is the area for deliveries going to be on the Orleans side of the building?
Were these questions not addressed at the community meeting?
I recall going through this at the community meeting as well.
Okay.
Yeah, just for clarification, it was 2 years ago, ma'am.
Okay.
We had
You had you had an updated meeting? Okay.
When
So
was that
delivered-
email? This fall,
Okay, so where are the deliveries?
Orleans Street.
On Orleans, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Now I'm going to request a short deferral so you can have whatever conversations you need to have, and we will move on to the next project, okay? I need a motion on that for maybe 20 minutes, and we'll get back to it, okay? Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, next project.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 799-753, 20 Princeton Street. This will replace broken concrete floor and basement, crushed stone, vapor barrier, steel mesh, 4-inch concrete slab, install a 3-quarter bathroom. Renovation of inside, complete renovation. Violation Article 9, Section 1, 3-family and a 2-family sub-district. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Eric Pali, 2022 Princeton Street, the owner of the project at 20 Princeton Street with my business partner, David Hannigan.
So this is a 3-family dwelling, and you're proposing extension into the basement?
Correct.
Tell us, what will the basement extension be used for? Is that a family room, or what is it?
Yes, we would like to frame 2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms in the base room? Okay, and what is the floor-to-ceiling height?
It's a pre-existing. Again, we dig down to the basement and now it has a legal height for a bedroom.
What is the floor-to-ceiling height that you're proposing in this project?
It would be according to regulations. I think 7.6.
Mr. Pizzani, how are the plans?
The drawings are adequate. The issue really is, what are you doing up on the 3rd floor? Are you doing any work at all up there?
3rd floor?
Yeah.
There was like a smaller replaced the renovated the deck, the existing deck on the 3rd floor.
Okay, so you're not changing the sizes of the bedrooms up there?
No, there were, I think there were some layout changes on the 3rd floor. And there were 2.
Let's get back to then the size, the floor-to-ceiling height in the basement. What actually is it? I can't find it.
I'm not sure I don't have it.
It does appear that it is not 7'6", but there's not enough documentation to make that.
Well, we can always put a proviso.
Okay.
And are the utilities separate and everything else is?
Yeah, everything else works reasonably well.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This applicant, we have an abutters meeting for this project back in May 22nd. And also the project was presented in front of the Eagle Hill Civic Association. During the community process, I remember that the applicant made some commitments to continue have a conversation about construction with the neighbors. Basically, those are the concerns, and also the entry about the parking, but there were no major concerns about this proposal. Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to grant the zoning relief requested, but with a proviso that no building code relief is to be granted.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're all set. Good luck.
Calling the next 2 cases, calling BOA 898-436, 24 Cambridge Street. There's a companion case, BOA 829-615, 610 Rutherford Avenue. This is for 24 Cambridge Street. This is to combine 15,843 square feet with 3,143 square feet, Lot 8, 449 square feet. Subdivide the new parcel into Lot 1 of 10,655 square feet and Lot 2 of 8,780 square feet. The violation is Article 62, Section 29, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Article 62, Section 14, the rear yard setback is insufficient. Article 62, Section 29, off-street loading requirement. is insufficient. This, sorry. This is for 610 Rutherford Avenue. This is the combined parcels of 15,843 with 3,143 to Lot A of 449 square feet, and subdivide on 2 lots, demolish an existing 2-story building known as 610 Rutherford Avenue and erect a new 23,890 square foot, 22-unit building. Violations, Article 62, Section 11. The floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 62, Section 11, the height is excessive. Article 62, Section 11, usable open space is insufficient. Article 62, Section 11, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 62, Section 29, the off-street loading is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
John McLetchie, 6 Spice Street in Charlestown. I'm here with my architect, Mike McKay.
Please tell us what's being proposed.
So we're proposing to combine 2 lots that are existing. One of the lots has property at 24 Cambridge Street. It's got a 3-story building in the front, and behind it is a 2-story building. And in front of that, there's a strip of vacant land called 610 Rutherford Ave. So I'm looking to combine those 2 parcels and then re-subdivide the parcels, keeping the one existing building that's the 3-story brick building known as the B.F. Tweed School. It's an old, beautiful brick building. Keeping that building on one lot, and then the second lot that's created, ripping down the 2-story building that sort of does not sort of jive with the current development in the area, and building a new 5-story building with 19 parking spaces on the first level.
So 5-story means how many units?
There's 22 residential units.
So 20, in the 5-story building will be 22 residential?
Correct.
And 19 parking?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go to 24 Cambridge. You have 2 violations on that, off-street parking and loading.
Yes.
Tell us why those cannot be addressed.
So in part of the subdivision plan and talking with the BPDA, we had some parking there that they wanted to create open space, and they didn't want to have 2 curb cuts, so that sort of eliminated the possibility for having parking with that parcel.
So, so the access to 610 Rutherford is through Cambridge?
It's off of Rutherford Ave.
Yeah, so
direct access.
I think, Ms. Pisani, can you show us tell us on which drawing should we be looking at that'll clarify this
For the
first?
record, Michael McKay, I'm the project architect. A1.2.
Okay.
The
So this is the Cambridge Street parcel?
The Cambridge Street parcel is the one marked existing. That's the building, it's marked existing.
Yeah.
There are 3 curb cuts along Rutherford as it extends down. Our proposal is to close 2 of those and open up, just have 1 opening to provide parking for the new building.
So these will be combined lots, but, so how is this building going to stand on its own then?
So we're going to re-subdivide the
Yeah.
lot, so it'll have its own entry at 24 Cambridge Street. It's an existing 3-unit
No, I
building
get
right
it,
now.
I get it. So what is getting in the way of accommodating this parking? It's just the request from the BPDA because of the curb cuts?
Correct.
That will provide access to Rutherford?
Yeah, they were concerned with Cambridge Street and Rutherford Ave being so busy, they didn't want to have multiple curb cuts in a very small little space on the corner.
Okay, so tell us about Rutherford.
So 610 Rutherford Ave is as I said, a 5-story building. There's 22 residential units. It will be a condo building. There's 3 affordable units. The parking is all on the first level, and the 4 floors above are all residential. We did, have...
Tell us the breakdown on the units and the square footage, please.
Sure.
We have a total of 22 units. We have a mixture of 1, 2s, and 3s. The square footage, the minimum 1-bedroom is a 682 square foot unit. 2 bedrooms are 1250, and the 3 is, we have a 1,200 square foot 3-bedroom. And we actually have...
There's two 3-bedrooms.
Yeah, two 3-bedroom, 1,200 square feet.
11 2-bedrooms, and 9 one-bedrooms.
Okay, and can you speak to the violations?
So there's the parking violation, off-street loading. I think we actually might have accommodated the off-street.
You have FAR, height, open space, and rear yards?
Yes, those are dimensional
So tell us
restrictions.
what's required, especially as far as FAR and height is concerned?
So the FAR is 2, and I think we're at 2.8. The height is 35, and we're at, I think, 56. And so the height, we're just trying to keep up with the rest of the development that's in the area. The open space requirement was 1,100, and we're at 1,050. And the rear yard setback is 20, and the building sort of steps back at different locations, so it's tough to say. We have between 12 and over 20 on the setback.
And how are you going to accommodate loading?
So the loading, we worked with the transportation department in the front of the building. As you go in the driveway, there is now a loading zone. So we did, I believe we accommodated what they requested for that.
And what's the entrance to the garage looking like?
On the drawing A1.2, the garage plan, there is going to be an opening, a permanent opening that will be used for Lyft and Uber drivers to drop off people, but also as an open loading area. And then there'll be a garage door stepped back for the 19 spaces. And we also have provided some additional stackers. We're not counting those in the parking, but we are providing stackers for the condominium. So it does increase the count to 25. We're officially applying it as 19, but with the stackers, we're providing additional spaces up to 25.
How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board?
I'm just curious about the traffic. How you're going to move all of that
If I may,
traffic in and out of that circle.
the corner is, and that site drawing that I referenced earlier, Rutherford Ave is being reconstructed, starting with the bridge at North Station, extending all the way up, and it's at different stages. We're actually showing on our drawing the proposed reconstruction. That corner is getting stretched out, the circle is getting eliminated. So, working with BPDA and the traffic department, our entrance is as far away from that. It's much further away than it is now. That corner is actually extended out dramatically on that site plan.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Quinlan Locke with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. An abutters meeting was held. They'll be adding 3 affordable units to this project. There were some concerns about the rear yard setback, which the project manager has addressed since that meeting.
Thank you.
Record in support. It's been through an extensive community process, and the community supports it as well.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Michael Sinatra, Project Manager, Boston Planning and Development Agency. We held 2 meetings over the summer on this project, lightly attended. We had minimal opposition. It was approved by our board this past October, so we'd like to go on record in support again. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion?
Just a couple of questions. So the drawing on the front, that's the proposed traffic configuration for the future?
It actually, it is not. That was before we were given that information.
Okay, so
that is the original, I'm sorry. The drawing on, that site drawing that I referenced, A1.2, that is the proposed recirculation. They're extending that curb cut, so approximately 30 feet of additional space away from that 24 Cambridge Street will be provided.
It sort of balloons out there?
Balloons out dramatically, yes.
Okay, but there's still going to be the through streets and the side street?
There is still the through street, I think it's...
that goes under?
Yes, that street is still there.
Okay, so any access to the driveway would be coming from the south that's the only way you could get in?
That is correct.
Okay, okay. Also, on the chair's questions about the garage, the design on that is just a flat.
It's actually on the drawing, there's a rendering that we show that the opening, there will be an opening there, and that was something that was requested by...
oh, that's an opening.
That's an opening, so it's permanently open, but then there'll be a garage door step back so that's permanently open for deliveries and Lyft and Uber.
I'm going to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Do we want to hear this guy?
My name is Paul Goodwin. I'm here on behalf of 32 Cambridge Street LLC, the direct abutter to the proposed project. Located at our address is 32 Cambridge Street and 572 Rutherford Avenue. I'm here to express opposition to an aspect of the petition before you. We are very concerned with the proposed rear yard setback of approximately 8 feet along the property line. This places their building approximately 11 feet off the face of our historic existing building. Our specific concerns are that this creates a more hazardous condition than currently exists, that it will deprive residents of both natural light and privacy, and will adversely affect their households, and that this outcome is the direct result of the rear yard setback variance before you. It is our belief that preserving the current non-conforming 18-foot rear yard setback, as we request, does not deprive the owner of reasonable use of their land. Indeed, the proposed project's viability is largely due to our cooperation with the owner of the project, having completed a land exchange with them to correct their project's lot geometry and to enable this proposal. We ask the ZBA to reject zoning relief pertaining to the rear yard setback in order to maintain the existing condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion that we approve the relief requested
With design review?
with continued BPDA design review.
And any attention to the garage? Again, this is an East Boston issue. With design review. I'm sorry, Charlestown.
Yes. So yes, we want to make pay special attention to the garage door and the BPDA design review.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Calling your next case, calling BOA 873-206, 26 Mystic Street. This is to construct a new rear third-floor addition on an existing footprint of the second floor, extend living space to the basement for Unit 1, and an interior renovation for Unit 1 and 3. The violations, Article 62, Section 25, no roof structure shall be erected or enlarged on a roof of an existing building. Article 62, Section 8, the floor-to-air ratio is excessive. Article 62, Section 8, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 62, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 62, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Patrick Mahoney, an attorney with the business address of 160 Federal Street.
Tell us briefly what's being proposed.
Madam Chair, what's being proposed, what initially was being proposed, and I'll...
So what is this, what's the application today, this minute, in front of us for?
The application is for expanding living space into the lower level, making the Unit 1 a bi-level of a three-family building. Previously...
And there's no third floor addition?
That's correct. That's
okay.
the change through the neighborhood
Okay,
process.
so tell us about what's the space in the basement to be used for?
It's it'll be part of Unit 1. It'll be a lower level used for consisting of 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, both with egress, fire egress. The first floor grade is in the front 50% at grade, in the rear it's a little bit more at grade, approximately 65.
Ceiling height in the basement?
Proposed, as of right now, it's 6'8". Proposed, it will be over 7'6", and 7'0" is the minimum required in the mass amendment to the International Building Code.
And this is a one-family or a two-family?
It's a three-family.
It's a three-family dwelling. Okay.
There will be some repairs to the existing roof deck on the top floor.
But that's a legal roof deck.
It is.
So how are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Quinlan Locke with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this project. There was one concern with the direct abutter about the third floor addition, which the project manager has since removed. We're very happy with that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Juliana Secretary, Living Edwards Office. Go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Ms. Bazzani, you have the most recent plans without the third floor, without the addition?
That is correct.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to grant the relief requested.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck. Thank you.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 873-501, 62 Perkins Street. This is to construct a new three-story, three-unit residential condominium. There will be a roof deck on the building. The violations, Article 10, Section 1, limitation of area of accessory uses. Article 62, Section 29, the location of off-street parking. Article 62, Section 29, off-street parking is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Jason Lagorga. My address is 631 LaGrange Street, West Roxbury, Massachusetts. I'm here today with my client, Haley Shute, residing at 62 Perkins Street, Charlestown, Mass.
Tell us what's being proposed.
The proposal is to demolish Haley and Rich's single-family residence on the property and to construct a three-unit residence.
And tell us about the size of the units.
The units will be, the first floor unit will be a two-bedroom, 1.5 bath. The second floor unit is a three-bed.
What's the square foot?
Total square footage of. We could make the garage deeper and
put the two cars that are front yard parking within the garage.
correct. And yes, we do realize that the two front exterior parking spaces, we could enlarge the garage to encompass all four spaces.
What is current, since I don't have the plans, what is currently the rear of the two interior parking spaces? Is it occupied space?
That's the beginning of Unit 1.
So if you were to move it back, you would have to give up that occupied space?
We might have to.
Well, I mean, the issue here is pretty simple. This is a purely a design issue.
Right.
They can work their way out.
Yeah.
Especially
This
for
board
new
is,
construction, this is just
right.
unacceptable.
This board is not a big fan of front-end parking.
Would you give me the referral?
Can it be worked? Let's hear it, and we can call it back to board final arbiter should there be an issue. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Quinlan Locke with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this project, and a butters meeting was held on September 25th. There were no opposition to the variances at that time. There was one concern about the wording of the purpose of the refusal letter. The word condominium was used, which some people didn't like. The owners.
So, you know what? The board is not interested in ownership. We're interested in the violations themselves.
Yes, and the project manager and the owners have expressed that they do want to live in the house to them. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to, I'm going to make a motion to approve with BPDA design review to make sure that there is no front yard parking and it is self-contained. Maybe
We can bring this back for board final arbiter should there be any issues.
I could get some help from the board architect on this one, maybe.
No, I think that is the appropriate motion. I would suggest that the garage door be in fact set back from the house so that we don't simply have 4 cars coming out right at the edge of the sidewalk. So there's at least some visibility and maneuverability.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with that proviso.
Thank you.
Okay.
Before I go to the next case for 9:30, I'm going to call the 10:30s. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 10:30? Withdrawals or deferrals for 10:30 only, not the hearing. Okay. I'm going to call the next case. Calling BOA 829-747-198 Hanover Street. This is the change Oxford from retail to bank and ATM. The violation is Article 54, Section 12. The bank use is a conditional use. Name and address for the record.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Rebecca Lee. I'm from Mintz Levin. To my right is, to my left is Karen Johnson from Charter Realty. And to my right, a representative of Citizens Bank. This is a request for a conditional use permit for a Citizens Bank branch office and ATMs at a location where Citizens Bank has been located and represented by ATM machines for over a decade. This is in connection with a new building to be constructed, a commercial building to be constructed on a site that is fronts on Cross Street between Hanover Street and Salem Street. So this conditional use permit relates to reuse that has long been there. It represents the consolidation of Citizens facilities in the north end from a branch office location on Hanover Street and an ATM at this location to an ATM in this location that will be in the middle of the building as opposed to on the corner of the building. The site is currently vacant.
How many square feet is this?
This is approximately 2,500 square feet.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Maria Lanza, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. We held a very well-attended abutters meeting on June 28th for this project and a project that is subsequently withdrawn. There was no opposition at this time to Citizens Bank at this location. They've previously operated an ATM at this location and have given back to the community and will be changing their Hanover Street location to this one, which we have no issues or concerns with, so we'd like to be in support at this time. Thank you.
To leave it up to the discretion of the board, however, would like the applicant to continue working with the abutters. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Megan Camella from Councilor Anissa Asabi George's office. The council would like to echo the comments from Councilor Edwards.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Jubor. I represent the Director Butter, and she's not opposed to the banquet as opposed to the building, and that's at 12 o'clock hearing. I filed an appeal of an interpretation of the allowance.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else speak in support? Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Hearing none, let me get a motion, please.
Motion to approve.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Calling BOA 883-702, 39 to 41 North Margin Street. This is an addition to convert an existing 4 3/4 story masonry building to 3 stories finished with 1 3/4 stories unfinished, containing the Knights of Columbus facility, approximately 16,000 square feet, into a 5-story building containing approximately 25,000 square feet, 1,500 square feet of the Knights of Columbus of part first floor, and 23,500 for 23 units of affordable elderly housing on floors 1 through 5. The building is to have all new mechanicals throughout. The violation is Article 9, Section 2, a change of a non-conforming use private club to affordable elderly housing is conditional. Article 32, Section 4, this is in the G-card applicability, substantial renovation. Article 54, Section 18, roof structure restrictions. Article 54, Section 21, off-street parking and loading, insufficient parking and insufficient loading area, 17 spaces and 1 loading bay area required. Article 54, Section 9, the maximum allowed height of 55 feet is the max. Article 54, Section 9, insufficient usable open space, 100 square feet, a unit required. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with an address of 15 Broad Street, from Drago and Scott, representing the East Boston CDC. I have David Ennis, their representative, and Michael Interbartolo, who's the architect on the proposal. As was mentioned, this particular site at 41 North Margin is owned by the Knights of Columbus, and we have a proposal before you that was approved by the BPDA board through the Article 80 process on October 11th to develop 23 affordable senior housing units on site and also keep a meeting facility, a 1,500-foot meeting hall space that would continue to house the Knights of Columbus meeting hall at the same time. We heard from both the city as well as the neighbor.
Can you speak, please, to the violations?
Sure. Each violation, so there are 2 use violations. It's an MFR district, and both affordable elderly housing and private club or conditional uses for the Knights of Columbus and the senior housing. The building height allowable is 55 feet. We are proposing 57 feet, and the reason being there was a strong push to keep the building. There's a lot of historical significance. In order to make the housing work, we had to put a small addition on the top floor. Parking required is 17 spaces. We have 13 that will be committed for the project, and then the roof structure restriction because we're going up to 5 feet on the top floor. We also had a G-card triggered. I submitted a letter because there's no excavation significance in the bottom floor in the basement. G-card would not apply. We submitted a letter to that, and we spoke to Mr. Simonelli, I believe, who's here to testify as well. We had strong community support.
Now, one more question.
Sure.
So is there something in the deed that's going to deed it to elderly housing?
So there's a 99-year lease for the building that would go to the CDC for the developers. This would be strictly designated, as is all of the CDC senior buildings, dedicated for senior housing. There'd be no other use allowed.
Okay. Christian?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust. And yes, just for clarification purposes, the trigger here is any work or excavation below elevation 7. The citation from ISD was for substantial renovation, which doesn't apply in this area of the G-cod. Either way, we do have the letter of no harm from the proponent that states that certifies in the stamp letter that all the work will be above elevation 7 and nothing permanent occupiable would be below that threshold.
We have that letter as well.
Thank you. Mr. Bizzani, how are the plans?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board?
No, just one clarification. In fact, your roof is a combination of a mansard and a gambrel, and it's the height violation because it's considered mansard, is that?
The existing roof is a mansard and gambrel. The proposed roof is a flat roof.
Okay.
The current height.
Which you're holding the ridge line or a little bit higher.
No, the ridge line, the problem is the ridge line from the attic floor to the ridge.
Right.
With the attic floor would be the 4th floor, to the top of the ridge is only 15 feet 9 inches.
Right.
So in order to get 2 stories within that space, we have to go up an additional 3 feet.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
You're losing that nice historic Mansard gambrel roof, right?
You really can't see, I mean, if you look at the picture, you can't
Yeah.
see it from the street.
It's true.
So what we've tried to do is carry the character of the main building up in the 2-story addition.
Yeah.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Maria Lanza, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in strong support of this project. We held an abutters meeting for this project on April 24th. Subsequently, they also went through BPDA small project review, in which the community was overwhelmingly in support. They have the support of both neighborhood groups, the North End Waterfront Neighborhood Council, as well as the North End Waterfront Residents Association. We believe that affordable elderly housing is an asset to the neighborhood, especially as our seniors are aging up. So we would like to go on record and overwhelmingly support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Fiumara, 60 Leadhill Road, Boston. I'm in support of this project because the community hasn't had affordable housing built for almost 25 years, and there's a need for affordable senior housing. Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Michael Perez, representing the Carpenters Union, would like to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Can we get the folks on Porter Street back at the table? Name and address for the record, please.
Richard Lynch, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner.
Please go ahead and tell us the outcome of that conversation. You're all set with
Yeah, there was a
everything?
reasonable request for clarification, which my client has addressed.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with continued BPDA design.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Thank
Good
you very
luck.
much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 850-596-24 Union Park. This is a change occupancy from 4 dwelling units to 2 dwelling units and complete gut renovation of interior, added a shed dormer on the top floor and add a 2-car garage to the rear yard along a public alley 701. Add a rear deck, add roof deck, new sprinkler system and install groundwater recharge system. The violations, Article 32, Section 4, G-code applicability, Article 64, Section 9, excessive floor-to-air ratio, Article 64, Section 9, insufficient rear yard, Article 64, Section 9, townhouse row house extensions into the rear yard, Article 64, Section 34, restricted roof structure, deck over the rear addition, and Article 64, Section 36, off-street parking requirements, insufficient maneuverability due to the lift system. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, 75 Arlington Street, Boston, Mass. Attorney for the applicant. With me is the applicant homeowner to my right, Andrew Slifka, the architect, D'Artagnan Brown, and our civil engineer and groundwater engineer, Peter Gammy from Columbia Design Group.
So tell us first what's being proposed, and then talk through the violations, what's required and what's being proposed.
Yes. This is a proposal to convert an existing 4-unit building to a 2-family dwelling consisting of largely a single-family residence for Andrew and his wife Jody, and a small in-law apartment in the lowest level of the ground floor.
How small is small?
The size of the in-law.
1,900 square feet.
And a complete gut renovation of the building, installation of a groundwater recharge system, and a 2-car garage in the rear of the property, and 1 deck at the rear first floor.
Is there a roof deck still proposed?
There is a roof deck proposed, yes.
Tell us about the roof deck.
So the roof deck is on the top floor, accessed interior to the house solely for the residents of the single-family portion of the building.
And the size?
So pending landmarks review, the size would be roughly 17 feet by 21 feet, and the width of the building is 24 feet.
Okay, how about the rear deck?
The rear deck is 6 feet in depth and supported by cantilever brackets.
And tell us about the violations, the FAR, what's required, what you're proposing.
Yes, so the FAR violation is a result of the shed dormer on the very top floor at the rear of the building, which previously did exist but was cut out to create a deck. So we're basically infilling the shed dormer on the top floor at the rear, which is consistent with the alignment of other buildings. That adds 250 square feet of living area, changes the FAR from 2.28 to 2.39 for a 5% increase. The allowable maximum FAR in this sub-district is 2.0.
And the rear yard is existing.
The rear yard is existing. The violation in the rear yard is as a result of the addition of the garage, which you can see in the photographs that we've given you, is consistent with a lot of the conditions in the rear of...
So which drawing specifically should we look at that shows this garage?
Sheet number...
So sheet second photograph page, which is sheet number 10, shows the precedence in the neighborhood. And then if you turn to sheet A100, which is halfway through the packet, that shows the garage consistent with the width and depth of other garages on the block.
And Madam Chair, initially, when we first submitted this proposal, the garage included a lower level with a lift system, which is the reason for the maneuverability based on the lift system in the refusal letter. That portion of the proposal has been eliminated, and the new plans that we submitted for Mr. Pisani's review shows the garage is now slab on grade. Because the only place to put a groundwater recharge system, it turns out, is at that portion of the lot. So the lower level of the garage is gone, which is good for a whole lot of reasons. There was some concern of the abutters about excavation.
Is it a two-car garage?
It's a two-car garage, side by side, consistent with, as you can see in the photos, other garages in that stretch of the public alley.
Christian?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we do have the BWSC approval letter.
We also have that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
And Madam Chair, for the record.
Drawings are adequate.
Okay, hold on. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? And this is a good point to remind everybody who's speaking either in support or in opposition to put your name and address on the record. And please give us new information. Please try not to repeat what somebody else might have stated. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this proposal, specifically because they did change the designs that they had regarding the garage. We were initially concerned about the moving of a light pole and also the maneuverability with the lift system, but they have amended those designs and presented it to the board. I understand that there are some concerns from abutters regarding a tree that's in the rear yard, so some of that has been they have tried to mitigate some of that, but I do believe they do need to remove the tree. Unfortunately, it doesn't impact some of the zoning considerations before you guys today, so we are going in support of that. Thank you.
Elected officials first. Representatives?
Representatives of elected officials first?
No, behind you.
Behind you, the team behind you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office, we would like to go on record in support. The Neighborhood Association Union Park is also in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Mello from Councilor Anissa Asabi George's office. The councilor would like to go in support.
Okay, now it's your turn.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Andrew Granger. I live at 16 Union Park. I've submitted a letter in opposition, and I'm now speaking in clarification. The problems that we saw were the four-car garage with a lift, and the fact that it appeared that the garage would go to the very edge of the lane of the alley. And both of those have been removed, and those were our major points in opposition. This four-car business with a lift is a big rage now, so I'd ask you to be alert to that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. Are you speaking in support?
I'm speaking in opposition.
Okay.
My name is Mary Beth Flanders. My husband Michael and Lauber and I own 38 Union Park, which is further down the street. Our objections to the garage in particular are that it encroaches on the open space that's now part of the context of the Union Park backyards. And it seems that there's a kind of lack of overall planning for development along the alleys. And so these garages go in just, intermittently and sporadically. There's no really design guidelines for them. And so then we get all these questions about how high they can be and how deep they can be. So that's a question for us. It also does truly encroach on the open space. The alley is really only 1 lane wide. And so when you have these garages along the back of the alley, it prevents all kinds of service vehicles from being able to pull into the available spaces. There are 2 garbage pickups a week. There are numerous service trucks as well as contractor trucks who use this alley for access. The other thing I wanted to ask was, has the Boston Fire Department ever had an opinion about these garages and how it prevents?
So your concern basically is the garage, the access, the maneuverability?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? Because, public safety and all those other issues will be taken care of in its own realm. This is just talking about the zoning. We cannot own more than we are mandated to own. Okay?
So then I would just look at the elevations to see whether it has any relevance to the existing alley context.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Ian Sheridan, 22 Union Park, direct abutter. My concern is about the elimination of green space in the back of the building thanks to the garage and a patio. There'll be no vegetation. I know they can put planters out there, but we're eliminating the joy of living in a city with green spaces by the continual raising of trees and vegetation, putting in garages.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody else here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, just for the record, I'd like to submit the letter from Union Park together with our construction management plan with the Neighborhood Association that addresses a lot of the issues that came up during the process, and 3 letters from abutters in support.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approval was continued BPDA design.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you. Calling the next case, calling VOA 862-937-205 West Newton Street. To replace a deck, violation Article 64, Section 34, roof structure restricted district. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Thomas Conway, 237 Edgewater Drive, Pembroke, Massachusetts. And I'm the contractor on the case. And we did a...
First of all, tell us, is this a 1-family or a 2-family?
It's 3.
It's a 3-family, okay. And tell us about the dimensions of the roof deck.
Okay. It's going to be 18 feet long and 14 feet 9 inches.
And this is exactly the dimensions of the previous deck?
It is. It's going to go in the existing footprint.
And was the previous deck a legal deck or not?
It was a legal deck, yes.
Was, okay. And what's the access to that deck?
Right now, it's a roof hatch access.
And it's remaining a roof hatch?
No, it's been asked that we put a penthouse in there, I guess by code.
A penthouse?
Yeah, like a dormer sort of thing that goes up on the roof. Okay. And we're looking for a waiver for that. A lot of the neighbors have complained that it's going to block their view. There are side-by-side decks up top, and some of the neighbors have expressed concern that it's going to block their view. They'd like to keep the hatch there and
How's
not
the
put
plans,
the penthouse
Mr.
in.
Bazzani?
The plans, in fact, show the hatch remaining. So I'd like to make a motion.
Hold on.
Well, this is building code.
No, this is not building code. It's use.
Oh.
It's for the deck.
Okay.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I do think this is going to become an issue regarding the existing roof hatch. It does exist. The neighbors want to keep a roof hatch there in terms of access, and I do agree with Mr. Pizzani. Eventually, when they do amend the design, it might require some sort of building code relief?
When that comes, it comes. Right now, it's just for the...
Absolutely. I do want to just stress the fact that we support the roof deck, but not a penthouse per the neighbor's request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. We would like to go on record in support. We heard from the Union Park Neighborhood Association that they're also in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to grant the relief for the roof deck.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Well, I was also going to put proviso that we do not grant the relief for a penthouse.
But that's no relief requested. So let's just put a note, there's no penthouse
I just don't want it suddenly to appear.
no penthouse or head house. Okay?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Calling BOA 895-479-255 Newbury Street. This is a change of occupancy to include a restaurant with takeout to an existing occupancy, remove existing construction, install new kitchen prep, and new restaurant. Violation Article 8, Section 7, use of item 36A, takeout, restaurant is conditional. Article 8, Section 7, use of item number 37, restaurant is also conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small, business address 15 Broad Street, Boston, Mass. 02109. With me today is Mr. Alan Rodriguez, who is the owner of the restaurant. Madam Chair, we are here today seeking relief in the form of a conditional use permit to change the legal occupancy of the building to include a restaurant. It's a general business zoning sub-district, and in that district, the use 37 restaurant use and the 36A takeout are conditional uses.
Okay. And what's the name of the restaurant?
What we're working on it is a Mexican restaurant, and we have a few names on it.
Do you have experience doing takeout in the city of Boston?
Yes, I own, well, this is we in the city of Boston, my third location. I have another 4 locations.
Where?
South End, and another one in Brighton.
What are the names?
El Centro.
Uh-huh. Okay, both locations?
Yes, 4 locations, the name El Centro. Yes.
Okay.
Another one's in Dedham,
Okay.
Belmont.
How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Giselle Guerrero at the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. To this date, we have not received any questions or concerns from the neighborhood, and they do have support from the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay. We are in full support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Elliot Laff from Neighborhood Association Back Bay. Based on the presentation that we got at our committee meeting, this is a 20-seat restaurant with a small outdoor area. Restaurant closing at 11 o'clock. The outdoor area, they agreed to close at 10 o'clock, and they've agreed to indoor storage of trash. And on the basis of those agreements, we're not in opposition.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
With the usual takeout proviso? Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Calling the next 2 cases, calling BOA 863-411-140 West 2nd Street. The companion case, BOA 863-415-141 West 2nd Street.
Hold on, what is it?
Hold on, I just have a quick question on the motion. Which takeout proviso?
The standard language. You know that, Derek, so you're all set. Thank you.
So this is a rooftop private decks installation, rooftop common deck, and rooftop penthouse and stair installation. The violations, Article 68, Section 27S, with 5. This is in the iPod applicability. Article 68, Section 29. This is roof structure restrictions. Article 68, Section 29. The platform 12 inches above the main roof. Article 68, Section 29, the roof structure restriction access. Article 68, Section 8, the maximum allowed height has been exceeded, and 40 feet is the maximum. There is building code. This is the 9th edition, 780 CMR, Chapter 1. Accessibility to accommodate a roof deck is required. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I'm joined to my left by Adam Gibbons, a project architect, to my right by Chris Anafantis, who is a unit owner at 141 West 2nd Street and is also representing the Board of Trustees. Madam Chair, members, I recognize that there's a building code matter first that we need to address. To preface that, I'd like to say that the building code relief application, the appeal in this matter that was submitted to this board, was submitted before my involvement in the matter. It is a violation owing to an access violation, and therefore this board doesn't have jurisdiction to grant the necessary variance. Only the Architectural Access Board does.
So I'm going to make, so may I have a motion for denial then?
But I do want to, before we do that, it's relevant. My concern here is that a motion and a vote to deny building code relief may in fact kill the existing building code violation and make it unappealable to the AAB.
Well,
why don't you just withdraw the building code violation?
That's a denial without prejudice. I would hate to see ISD to regard the denial of the building code relief as something that would prevent the issuance of the permit under the current application and require a new filing.
So just, Mr. Morenzi, I know you want to have your cake and eat it too. How can we make that happen?
My suggestion, and I was thinking of it as I was...
I just want to, because I want to make sure that in fact, if it's true access, handicap access, whatever it is, that there is a due process for that.
Correct.
However, I do want to make sure that since this is cited by ISD, that we are mandated then to respond to that.
Correct.
So is it a withdrawal? Is it what?
My suggestion for the board's consideration would be a deferral on building code relief, perhaps to February 26th, which would give time to appeal the operable building code refusal letter to the AAB.
So does that in essence mean then that the whole project gets deferred because one is dependent on the other? The access may be dependent on the deck itself.
The issuance of the permit does depend on the approval by the AAB of the access variance. The reason being is that the only way to observe the access requirements would be to run an elevator to the roof, which is impractical and cost prohibitive. So there is going to need to be a variance.
So you need approval from this board before you can go to the access board.
I would prefer to have a zoning approval before going to the AAB because that would lend credibility to.
But then the problem becomes if in fact we do have to vote on this.
We don't have any wiggle.
Yeah, it doesn't give us any room whatsoever. So I think in good conscience, this needs to be deferred as a package to a future date.
Could we, and this is for discussion, I guess, could we approve this pending the result and not sign anything, waiting for them to come back to us, kind of like what we do with G-Card, send them up to, is it the...
Only on zoning, but you can't approve the building code because the board doesn't have the authority.
Yeah, so let's make...
But could we approve one and defer one, and then wait for you to hear it come back?
No, I mean, that's I think the point is that our hands would be tied then.
Right.
You know?
The cleanest is a deferral of the project until you receive the...
So I understand that, and there is no effective difference in outcome in the sense that the permit cannot issue until and unless the AAB grants a variance.
Right.
Begging the indulgence of Mr. Bazzani, does he have any idea how long it takes these days to get before the AAB?
My office is actually working on a project in South Boston, and we filed with AABB, and it looks like we have about 2 months.
So that's
Which
not...
would be the same as, I mean, Yeah, the deferral dates are now into February anyways.
So, let's do that. May I have a motion for deferral?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please, Mr. Fortune.
February 26th.
We'll see you February 26th at 11:30.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 893-764-666 Columbia Road. There's a companion case, BOA 893-766-666 Columbia Road. This is a change of occupancy from a one-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling and legalize the existing two-family dwelling and extend living space to the basement. No work to be done. The violations, Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking and loading requirement, off-street parking is insufficient. This is for 666 Columbia. This is change of occupancy from one family. This is building code. The violation, 9th edition, 780 CMR, R 310, emergency escape and rescue openings. Emergency escape and rescue openings required where basements contain one or more sleeping rooms. An emergency escape and rescue opening shall be required in each sleeping room. The basement sleeping room does not comply. This also means of egress, R 311.1. Dwelling units shall be provided with a primary and secondary means of egress in accordance with this section. Means of egress through the window to fire escape does not comply. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small, business address 15 Broad Street, Boston, Mass. 209. With me today is the architect, Matt Mueller. Madam Chair, we're here seeking leave today to change the legal occupancy from a one-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling. There's no work to be done. It's an existing condition. The zoning sub-district for this area is 3F 5,000.
Mr. Small, as is our protocol, can you address the building code first?
Yes, I'll leave that to Matt.
Yeah, so to address the codes, I believe the basement windows were too high, the sill was too high, so we proposed in these plans to lower the sill to address that problem and remove the current steel grills that are on the outside. And we also added a second means of egress to the second story.
So therefore, you do not need building code relief because you're going to comply.
And that's reflective in the plans we just received.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
So therefore, I make a motion to deny building code relief.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Small, the merits of the conversion.
Now, with regard to the violations, Madam Chair, the required FAR in this area is 0.5. We're proposing 1. And the off-street parking requirement is 3. We currently have the existing driveway, which is 1 car.
1 car?
1 car, that's correct.
And what are the sizes of the units?
Unit 1 is approximately 2,200 square feet. Unit 2 is approximately 1,600 square feet.
And I forgot to ask, what's the floor-to-ceiling height in the basement?
Floor-to-ceiling height in the basement is, I believe it's 8 foot.
It's 8 feet, okay. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board?
What's the total number of bedrooms? These are huge units.
Sorry?
What are the total numbers of bedrooms?
For both units? I think officially we have...
Unit 2 has 3 bedrooms, 1.5 bath. Unit 1 has 2 bedrooms, 1.5 bath.
So 5 bedrooms altogether, not bad. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Christine Brandeo, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support. They have gone to the neighborhood groups, and they are also in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, have a good day.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 861-040, 388 to 388B Dorchester Street. This is to combine 388 and 388B Dorchester Street with 390, 398 Dorchester Street and lot and erect a new 6-story mixed building to be known as 388 400 Dorchester Street. Building use is consisting of 35 residential units. retail, and restaurant. The violation, Article 14, Section 2, the lot area for additional dwelling units is insufficient. Article 15, Section 1, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 17, Section 1, usable open space is insufficient. Article 18, Section 1, the front yard is insufficient. Article 18, Section 3, traffic visibility across the corner is insufficient. Article 20, Section 1, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 21, Section 1, setback of the parapet is insufficient. Article 23, Section 23-1, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 24, Section 1, off-street loading is insufficient. And Article 16, Section 1, the building height is excessive. Name and address for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway.
Counselor, before you go, is 390 or 390A involved in this at all, or no?
The parcel addresses?
Yeah, because I only have 388, 388B. I just didn't know if there was something missing.
Yes, those three addresses are part of the parcels comprising the site. I believe that ISD has simply assigned it the street number.
Just one?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
And it has to do with the location of the building address in terms of the assigned street address.
Thank you.
George Francie, attorney for business address 350 West Broadway, South Boston. Madam Chair, members, this is an application for a new mixed-use building in Andrews Square. It's located at the intersection of Dorchester Street and Preble Street, which is within the Dorchester Avenue study area. Specifically, this is in a 60-foot zone under the plan, which has been approved by the Boston Planning and Development Agency, but not yet by the Zoning Commission. This is an Article 80 small project, which has gone through an extensive community process and was approved by the BRA Board of Directors several weeks ago. The project calls for ground floor commercial space, which will be programmed eventually to become a restaurant serving the local community, approximately 2,500 square feet. There would be 35 units of housing above on 5 floors. The units would be a mix of 5 studio units and 31 bedroom units. The studio units are approximately 450 square feet, 1 on each residential level. The 1-bedroom units range from 627 to 650 square feet, roughly. There's no parking associated with this building aside from the pronounced desire in the community, in the Andrews Square neighborhood, for an active ground floor use here. This is on one of the triangles that projects directly into Andrews Square, which is consistently rated one of the busiest intersections, not just in the city of Boston, but in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Much like a project on the opposite triangular parcel at Andrews Square Auto Glass, approved by this board several weeks ago, it would simply be impractical, if not impossible, to introduce garage parking for commercial use of 35 vehicles at such a busy intersection.
Is there a roof deck proposed on this too?
There is, yes, there's plans that the board have. Would show a roof deck on sheet A 1.5, and that's a common roof deck, which is substantially set back from the Preble Street and the Dorchester Street side and the Rogers Street side of the project in the rear.
And there's a roof lobby. What is that?
Well, there has to be elevated. It's a common roof deck, much like the issue we just saw. There has to be elevator accessible access to the roof, so there is an elevator head house, and then there, by building code requirements, there has to be discharge into a lobby from the elevator, not directly onto the roof.
So can you speak then to the violations?
Yes. The zoning district here, again, the Dorchester Avenue plan is not yet approved. It's in a B1 general business district in Andrews Square, which means for certain of the dimensional requirements, the requirements of the nearest SR or H district are imposed. In this case, it's a nearby H1. The variances sought are for, it's interesting, not necessarily for minimum lot area because it's residential, it's not a commercial use. There's a variance sought for FAR. The maximum FAR under a B, which has H1 applicability, is 1. This comes in at just over 6. It is a 6-story building. The maximum building height in the district in the relevant H1 is 40 feet. This is a 6-story, 60-foot tall building. Under the H1 requirements for usable open space applicable in the B district, there's a requirement of 400 square feet of usable open space per dwelling unit. In this case, the entire amount of the open space is the common roof deck, which is approximately 1,300 square feet. This is a modal setback on all sides, and there is, of course, a parking violation owing to the fact that there's no parking associated with the project. It's located directly across the street from Andrews Square. It's located within walking distance of Blue Bikes, formerly known as Hubway, and Zipcar. Andrews Square, besides Red Line Rapid Transit, provides access to 7 bus lines, and it's also within walking distance of the Newmarket stop on commuter rail.
Ms. Morency, no loading zone is, no loading spaces proposed.
No, loading would be from curbside on Dorchester or Preble. There's just not a good opportunity to introduce a curb cut on either side here. Loading would just be accomplished much as it is on West Broadway from the curbside.
All the plans, Mr. Pisani.
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, John Allison, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. We did hold an on-site abutters meeting for this project, as well as, of course, the BRA-sponsored meeting. There was a lot of support for the project. It does fit in with the Andrews Square guidelines that the BRA adopted a couple of years ago, and people are excited for the restaurant use in that space. Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councillor Flink's office, we would like to go on record in opposition to this project. While we're not necessarily opposed or to the project, as we know, there was support from the public meetings and the abutters, and some folks at the Andrews Square Neighborhood Association are also in support. But we would have liked to have seen a little more public process and another meeting with the entire neighborhood association so that they have a chance to take a vote on this project. And we also have concerns that residents will bring vehicles despite the proximity to the Andrews Square station. And we would like to see the team put restrictions on resident parking permits as similar projects did recently in the past. Those are our concerns. Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve the BPDA and some consideration to the parking issues raised by the elected office.
Yes, I spoke with Ms. Calderon, and my clients would in fact consider in the leases.
I'm not sure that's actually legal.
Neither am I.
But well,
Consideration.
but so perhaps, you know, we just, yeah.
It's consideration.
So is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Two legal people. Okay. The last one is 8th.
Calling the last case for 9:30, calling BOA 837-872-167 West 8th Street. This is accessory parking for 2 vehicles. The violation Article 10, Section 1, limitation of parking and parking to be located. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking and loading design. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, madam. My name is Christina Filozova. Address is 167 West 8th Street. Good morning. My name is Uliana Filozova, 167 West 8th Street, South Boston, 02127.
So tell us what you're proposing.
We're proposing a curb cut. Oh, sorry.
That just tapes.
Oh, okay, sorry. We're proposing a curb cut with taking away 1 parking space off the street to create 2 parking spaces in the
And where would these parking spaces, is this a side driveway or how is it going to?
Yes, a side.
A side driveway, and this is a one-family or a two-family? It's a two-family? How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
I'll let Bob D'Amico comment on this one, speak.
Yes, Madam Chairperson and members of the board, Bob D'Amico, BTD. Looking at the plans, two cars can't fit because there's stairs in the way. So you can't get that first car all the way to the back of the house. And secondly, there's a light pole in front of where the curb cut would be, so that would have to be moved. So based on those two issues, I have to be in opposition to this proposal.
We would like to move the pole out of our expense, obviously, and also the stairs. We had talked to an architect to actually make them smaller, and it used to be a live driveway, so it had, I mean, it was 15 years ago, and the same stairs were there, so a small vehicle did fit through there before, but we are proposing to remove the stairs.
Have you started any process about that light pole?
Yes, I did have the city of Boston come out, and they said that they will be able to relocate it. I do have pictures.
Okay, and so I guess what we need then, because then the staircases, the stairs are the biggest impediment on the property itself. Do we need plans showing those stairs in their new location?
Yes.
Or their new size?
That would be the ideal thing to have happen. It'll take a reasonably creative architect to do that, because according to the plan, you're actually going to have to pull the stair inside your building, because you don't have enough space from the exterior of your wall of the building to your property line to have any kind of legal stair. I think this is best served by having a deferral.
So it looks like your abutter's property line building goes right up to the property line? Does the width
We do
work?
have another entrance to the first floor through the back.
Bob, does the width work? The width of the driveway, because we're looking at the.
It's wide enough. It's wide enough, but unfortunately, the stairs just
Okay.
create a blockage of the driveway. So they would have to be removed.
So what's the width of that driveway?
It's what, 9 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
The driveway's there. I'm going to make a motion.
Hold on, Mr. Bazzani. Is anybody here to speak in support?
It should go to deferral. There's nothing to talk about.
Okay. Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please? Hold on 1 minute. The date, please?
We're into, we probably figured January 29th.
Okay, so what we need before we can hear it is a drawing that clearly shows how that stairwell is going to work, so that if a car's pull in, nobody is encumbered in any way, okay? That's what we need to know, if it works. It might not work, but that's what we need to see a drawing of, okay? Thank you, ma'am. We'll see you on the January 29th, where we'll really talk about the case, okay? Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 11:30. Our meeting is back in session. Just a reminder, please, make sure your cell phones are off. If you have conversations, please take them outside of the room. And if you're here to speak in support or in opposition to a project, put your name and address on the record. In all events, we're here to fact find, so give us new information when you're up at the podium. If somebody's already stated your concern, just put your name and address on the record. That's really important to us. Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we go further on the 1030s, I'm going to call 1030 withdrawals or deferrals, and then I'm going to call 1130s as well, so get ready. So if they're 1030s, Counselor, address?
Yes, 3-5 South Whitney Street, Ward 10.
For the record, BOA 835-792, 3-5 South Whitney Street. Name and address for the record.
Attorney Jeff Drago with an address of 15 Broad Street. We're seeking a deferral to continue to work with the community associations and make modifications to the project.
Counselor, with the holidays coming up, etc., when do you anticipate community process will be done?
If we could get a February date, I think that would be more than adequate.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
226, February 26, 1130. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals?
92 Maple Street.
92
Ward
Maple?
12.
92 Maple?
Yes.
For the record, BOA 826-857, 92 Maple Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Attorney Jeff Drago with an address of 15 Broad Street. We were asked to go back to meet with the community association one more time to announce some of the changes that we had made.
Again, when do you anticipate that'll be done? For
February is more than enough time.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The date, please?
We also have the date of February 26th.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 1030? 1030 only. All right, we do have we're going to have a withdrawal. Case BOA 853-035, 8 Center Terrace. We have a letter, so I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice.
This is for 1130s?
This is for 1030.
For 1030s?
8 Center Terrace.
Second.
8 Center Terrace. Is it all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. Now these are 1130. Any deferrals or withdrawals for 1130?
I have a request for a deferral.
Address, please.
25 Everett Street.
Could you speak up, please?
25 Everett Street.
25 Everett. Calling BOA 810-158, 25 Everett Street. Name and address for the record, please.
It's Attorney Patrick Mahoney with the business address of 160 Federal on behalf of Richard Linds. Is making some modifications based on community input, and they need to refile the plans at Inspectional Services to correct notice. A date in February would be ideal.
Is that possible by February?
Yes.
Is that, excuse me, is that in fact 18 Everett?
It is 25 Everett Street, the other side of the street.
It's the second case, Mr. Bizzani.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak on the other Everett case, but
Okay, so this is a request for deferral?
That's correct.
And do they anticipate that, when do they anticipate the process will be completed?
Councilor Lynn mentioned to me that February would be a suitable deferral.
May I have a motion for deferral?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
February 26th.
All those in favor?
we'll do February 26th.
February 26th at 11:30.
Mr. Pisani, just so you understand, that 18 Everett Street, I'm going to call him for the record, BOA 825-479 has been deferred to January 15th at 11:30.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Address?
And we need a motion for that, or is that just?
It's already
error?
been postponed.
It's already, okay.
Address, Jane?
500 East Broadway.
Sorry, the address again?
I got it.
East Broadway.
Calling BOA 787-634-500 to 502 East Broadway. Name and address for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is James Christopher with the business of address 415 Neponset Ave, RCLC with the project architects. Based on community input, we've redesigned the building and refiled with ISD for an updated refusal letter. So we would be seeking deferral to February should be sufficient.
we're pushing into March right now. February is actually booked.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
March 12th at 11:30.
Thank you very much.
500. Address, Counselor?
90-102 Tinian Street, Ward 16.
For the record, calling BOA 678-322, 90 to 102 Tinian Street. Name and address. That's been denied. Okay. We have a letter from
Officially
Counselor, yeah.
withdrawn. Okay, great,
Make a
thank you.
motion for denial without prejudice.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Are there any other cases for deferral or withdrawal for 11:30? Hearing none, we'll call the first case for 10:30. Calling BOA 881-796, 6 Kemble Place. This is to erect a new 3-story single-family dwelling with 1 interior parking space in an existing vacant lot. The violation is Article 27S, Section 5. This is in the South Boston iPod applicability. Article 68, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Daniel Toscano with Drago and Toscano LLP, located at 15 Broad Street, Boston, Mass. 02109. I'm here representing Mr. Ron Cavallo, who's the owner of the property. To his right is Johnny Long, and to my left is Renard Barreto, as part of this team. We're respectfully seeking your approval to erect a 3-story, single-family residential dwelling, which is located in the South Boston multifamily residential subdistrict. This is an empty lot. It's been vacant. A former home has been burnt down many, many years ago. The new structure will be approximately 1,703 square feet. We'll have a 1-car parking garage, which is indoors. The violations that we're seeking relief from is the side yard, which is in this area is 3 feet. We only have about 1 inch on each side, so we are in violation of the side yard zoning code, so we're seeking relief there. And also the rear yard is insufficient in the multifamily residential subdistrict. We're supposed to be 20 feet from the property line. We are approximately set back about 6 feet, 6 inches in that, so we're seeking relief for that. Other than that, this is a single family, 1 bedroom with an office space, 1,700 square feet. We are going to make improvements to it. It's a small street. We are going to make improvements to the road, repave the road, and put some additional lighting for the existing residential units that are there.
How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
So how do repairs happen if you're 1 foot, 1 inch, 1 foot from your abutter?
How do repairs happen?
Yeah.
Well, this will be new construction, so in terms of repairs, I mean...
I'm anticipating this building would be around for a couple of years, so...
The building is designed with masonry firewalls on each side, so they should be 100-year-plus walls needing no maintenance. These are architectural blocks that are crisp and attractive and also allow, and I've agreed to do this, if any of the butters would like to build a garage or a structure up to it, they can. So we are essentially replicating the building that burned down. It's the same footprint and has the same basic construction. The original building would have or should have had firewalls. This building, the 3 lots that are available, there's an open lot on the right and an open lot on the left. There were 3 townhouses at one point built in the 1860s that burned down.
Thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions?
Yeah, just a question about the plans on A1-2. You're showing solar panels on the roof?
We are.
I assume they're angled?
They are not. We have a parapeted roof. We're at 34 feet, and the solar panels are going to be flat on the structure, so they should not be visible from the street.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask, because they don't show up in the elevation.
They do not, and it is our intention that they not show.
What are the implications that on either side of you, someone doesn't build a building higher than yours and thereby shading you? So
Right. Well, we have a flat roof structure, so we should be okay. It is our hope. Right now, this is a green building, and it should generate more electricity. This is the first all-electric house I'm building, which is a good thing. We all know what's going on with them, National Grid and whatnot. But, right. But this building, and I hope I'm answering your question, is that it should generate more power than it utilizes. And as of now, we have no shading with a flat roof. We have direct access. There's no.
No, but the point I was raising is that in the future, if someone comes before us on either side
Right.
with a much larger building that causes you shading.
Mr. Pisani, that's really not our concern, right?
I know.
Yeah, I know.
It's a fair question, and we'll see. We hope that doesn't happen within the next 20 years, and then there'll be all new technologies. So.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, John Allison, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. As the proponent noted, we did have an abutters meeting where there was a lot of support for this project. It will be consistent with the other houses on the street, and people are also very excited about the prospect of road improvements. Thank you.
John Pages, 5 Kemble Place. We're a direct butter of the proposal, and we are in support of it as proposed.
Madam Chair and board members, my name is Ellen Santry Callahan, and I live 38 Torrey Road down in East Sandwich, Massachusetts. I'm representing multiple parties today. I'm representing my mother, Barbara Santry, who is the seller. She's 84 and couldn't attend. I'm representing my three siblings, actually. So my sister Sheila Santry lives at 2 Kemble Place. My sister Maureen Santry owns 3 Kemble. And I'm sorry, I mixed that up.
Well, we know that you're representing multiple abutters.
Yes.
Okay.
And in spirit, my father, who built and renovated this property so many years ago, 20 years ago. We fully support this building. We support the improvements it will make to the neighborhood and to the road. We're really concerned about the safety in the neighborhood. This vagrant lot has been like attracting drug users, squatters. There's been numerous police calls. It's just not safe anymore. And it's very concerning to us. And there's all sorts of elderly residents in the neighborhood, and it's concerning. It's also, we support it just because it will improve the neighborhood. The road is a main concern. There's potholes in the winter. I don't know how an ambulance in the snow can get down to reach somebody on that street. It's a grave concern for us. We support that we'll have underground parking and think it will be really an improvement to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. We would like to go on record in opposition to this project. We heard from the City Point Neighborhood Association, and they would have liked them to come to the association before getting approval. We do understand that the abutters meeting went fine, and the concerns of the direct abutters were addressed. Thank you.
Council Lodge, Michael Flaherty. Council to go on record in opposition due to the Article 68 violations.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve, continue BPDA design review. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Madam Chairman of the board, thank you for your time.
Calling BOA 844-735-69 Preble Street. This is to erect a new 5-unit residential multifamily dwelling with exterior deck, proposed 3 parking spaces. The violation is Article 13, Section 1, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 13, Section 1, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 13, Section 1, usable open space is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the front yard is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the side yard is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 18, Section 3, the traffic visibility across the corner. Article 23, Section 1, off-street parking is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I'm joined by James Christopher of RCA LLC, the project architects. Madam Chair, members, the revised plans that have been submitted to the board depict a dramatically redesigned building which is now being proposed as a 3-family. In terms of the cited violations, we have cured several of them. We still have existing violations for maximum floor area ratio exceeded. The redesigned building would come in at an FAR of approximately 2.34. Maximum allowed under code is 2. And we have a violation for the required rear yard setback. It's a very shallow lot. 15 feet is required by the shallow lot exception. We have a setback of 5.5 feet. There's a usable open space insufficiency. 600 feet would be required for the 3 dwelling units. There's approximately 438 square feet of usable open space proposed. The building, as I said, has been dramatically redesigned.
Mr. Morency, so all the other violations are extinguished? That the only standing violations are FAR, open space, and rear yard?
No, we're not meeting required off-street parking since for a 2-bedroom unit, 1.5 spaces is required. So there'd be a requirement here of 4 parking spaces. Only 3 are provided in the garage.
And is the visibility still an issue?
You know, it's corner visibility, but Wendell Place it's a private way with right of public access, and it's a dead-end street. So Wendell Place simply doesn't have any traffic associated with it. And the building that is there, that's being replaced, is a commercial building that's essentially built out the same way. It's A&P and glass.
And how about height?
There's no height violation. The building comes in at a maximum height of 32 feet 9 inches, 40 feet. 40 feet is allowed under
How about the front and side yards?
Front yard is cited. It always is unless you provide a modal alignment illustration, but it's essentially modal. Side yard, the violation stands again on the left side. It's also fronting along Wendell. Our side yard setbacks are 0 feet in each case. It's a very small lot, so it's a 0 lot line building with respect to side setbacks.
Okay. So please go ahead.
Certainly. As revised, there are 3 parking spaces, 2 of which are full-sized access from Wendell Place. The first floor additionally has a 2-bedroom unit of 758 square feet. Going up to the second floor, there is 2 bedrooms on bi-levels. 2-bed, 2.5 bath of 1,509 and 1,252 square feet. Going up to the roof, there is 2 roof decks, and they're for the exclusive use of Unit 2 and Unit 3, and they are accessed by hatch since this is not a 4-story building.
Thanks, Mr. Bazzani.
The drawings are adequate.
So, if I'm reading this right, there would be a curb cut to accommodate 3 parking spaces, and the common trash room would be accessed from the sidewalk at Wendell.
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, John Allison, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. We held an initial abutters meeting where there were concerns raised, but the proponent did work with the Andrew Square Civic Association and made revisions that people were able to support. Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. We would like to go on record in support. As John mentioned, they did work with the Neighborhood Association and direct abutters, and they come with a good plan that works for everyone. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council Adjunct Michael Flaherty, Council to go on record in support.
Members of the board, Megan Camella from City Councilor Nisa Savi George's office. The council would like to go on record in support.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Tell us about this permanent fixed cement planter box.
So
Is that on public property?
No. No, because Wendell Place is a private way, the property line actually runs to the center way. That was put at the request of the Wendell Place residents and the Andrew Square Civic Association. The reason that is there, and it's referenced in the letter from the Andrews Square Civic Association to the board and to the elected officials, is to prevent vehicles from parking there so that the residents of 69 are not impeded trying to get into their garage, and so that the residents further up on Wendell Place aren't impeded trying to get out.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve with BPDA design review.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 872-900, 794 Rare Shawmut Avenue. This is an approved roof deck with an enclosed, extended fire balcony. Basement is habitable spaces and other related work. This is also a change from occupancy from a 1 to a 2 family. The violation of Article 50, Section 29, the lot size for the 2 family is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 50, Section 29, the side yard requirement is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the rear yard requirement is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the usable open space is insufficient. And Article 50, Section 43, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Jean Pierre, 794 Shawmut Ave.
Will anybody else at the table be speaking?
Yes.
Yes, you want to put your, whoever's going to speak, put your name and address on the record, please. Speak up, that's just taping.
I revised the plans to make
Your name and address for
My
the...
name is Douglas Vaughn, architect for these drawings, and this is to propose an existing single family to make it 2, and basically ground floor and first floor 1 unit, and second and third floor will be proposed second unit. We propose to go through all the building code compliances, if this is approved, also by the BPDA design review, because this is planning district, so it will be required. And the person who will be, whoever the family will move in, I don't expect to have the cars, so that it's a very tight, so that's what, as you see, you will see the dimensional section society. So please be aware, this is a multi-family zone that has been single family that want to be 2 units. Thank you.
Okay, so let's just backtrack for a minute. So is this, if this is an R address, is that 2 buildings on the same lot?
Yes.
Yes.
There's 794, which is in front, and then 794 rear is in the back. But 2 different owners.
2 different owners? Are they 2 different lots?
Excuse me?
Are they 2 different lots?
Yes.
So what's the access from R to this, to Shawmut?
There's a 10-foot access that's on the side, which should be used by all abutters.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll pass down the site plan.
So it's a flag lot? Okay. Okay. Okay, so
this lot has no frontage at all, right?
No, because we are in the rear of the front 794.
Right. Well, when was it subdivided, any idea?
Sometime in the 1800s. I have some type of a board record of it.
and so has this particular property
That
been?
property has been there, yes.
Okay, so, and has R been to this board before?
Yes, since then.
And what's changed from that proposal?
Nothing changes except that we're turning it into a 1-family to a 2-family.
So what you're proposing right now is to maintain the building as it is, convert it from a 1 to a 2. You're not proposing any additions or anything.
No, the additions are already done and already been in there and being permitted. Right now, it's just for the 2.
So when were the additions done?
It's in, do you have the drawing?
Well, there is a proposed addition. He had the approved roof deck. He wanna, under this application, he wanna enclose it. so that you can have more floor area for the second.
Close the decks?
That's why it was reviewed.
No, hold on. I just trying to understand, without drawings in front of us, we need to just have you talk through it. So there is no, besides the roof deck, besides enclosing the decks, there is no proposed building addition. It's staying within its footprint.
Right.
So,
Building envelope.
with its envelope. So what's the size of the first proposed unit? Which is first floor, first floor and basement?
13, I would say, the numbers are not good. It's a small, I would say 1,000 square feet plus minus.
1,000 square feet? And how many bedrooms is that?
That would be, how many bedrooms? It would be 2 bedrooms.
And the second unit?
It would be 2 or 3, it depends. We want to rearrange it. It's internal layout, so we'd like to have the flexibility, whether it's a 2 or 3 bedrooms.
And how big is that unit?
They're the same size.
1,000 square feet?
Approximately same size.
Okay. Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are interesting. The gross square footage, just to correct, okay, on the second floor, it's 876 square feet. On the third floor, it's 390 square feet.
390?
390, but that's but the third floor is only part of a unit. So Doug, what is the first floor? Because I have the second and third floor, but I don't have the first floor.
You should have.
No, okay, yeah, no, you're right. Okay, the first floor is 860. The basement is 714. Now, the dwelling units in the basement, do they have adequate egress out?
Yes, that's the building code, obviously, yes. Front and the back.
And how long have these units been there?
Mr. Bazzani, I'm thinking, as I think about this might be worth a deferral and a site visit. Because this project, and we should look at the old file, because this project was before us, before this board in the past. What year was that?
2003.
Was it in 2003, 2004?
2008, I think.
2008?
Yeah.
Okay. Stephanie, can you make sure we get that file and the plans out and kind of look at it in conjunction so we understand exactly what's going on?
It was already approved for the work. The only thing we're here for is for the roof deck that I ain't covered.
I get it, but we just need to kind of understand, because sometimes we forget about projects we've approved in the past, and we just needed to see it in totality. Okay? So may I have a motion for deferral? Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And let's set a date, please.
Well, we're already into March.
Okay.
March 12th.
March 12th, okay. And in the meantime, we will get the files and we will go ahead and do a site visit. Mark, can you go with Mr. Bazzani?
I probably can.
Excellent. So we'll have a site visit just to clarify what's going on, okay?
Is there any way I can have working time before March? Because the house been staying.
No, well, if it's just a roof deck, it should be pretty simple, but I would advise you to wait for process. Okay, yeah. Okay, so there's a motion, there's a second, and we have a date, so we'll see you then. In the meantime,
What the day you come in?
March 12th.
12th at 11:30, okay?
Calling next case, calling BOA 863-185, 31 Midland Street. This is to demo the existing roof, extend mansard roof to create a new third story, and then change attic into new living area. The violation, Article 65, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 65, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 65, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stuart Schreier. My office is at 1005 Dorchester Avenue in Dorchester. With me is Chin Lee, who is an owner-occupant of a single-family home.
tell us what's being proposed?
This is a single-family home. It's in a 2F 4,000 zone. It is going to remain a single-family home. The first floor is going to stay the way it is now. It has a kitchen, a living room, and a dining room.
And what is it? Is it a one-bedroom, two-bedroom?
No, now it's presently a three-bedroom.
It's a three-bedroom, okay.
Okay. The family has grown some. They've invited the grandparents to live with them. So the family that lives there needs a bedroom for the parents, and they need a bedroom for the grandparents, and then they have two children, need two bedrooms for them. They want a bedroom, well, it's sort of a office, a home office, because he works from home a couple of days a week, and then a study for the children so they can do well in their school.
So what's, so this is extension into the attic?
Well, they're actually removing the attic, and they're building a new third floor. To make it look good, they're keeping the mansard shape, and they're hiding the second floor into the mansard.
And what's the use of that attic?
There'll be one more bedroom, there'll be a home study, a home office for the parent, and there'll be a study room for the children so they can advance in the schoolwork.
And what's the total square foot of that addition?
Okay, there's presently 1,800 square feet. They're adding about 800 square feet.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. There was an abutters meeting held on September 11th with abutters support. The applicant has also gone through some lengths to keep the design consistent with the existing street. So we'd like to go on record in support of this project.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Council, Frank Baker's office, would like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval, BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 891-912, 1151 to 1155 Blue Hill Avenue. This is a change of auctioning to include a new bakery, cafe. The violations, Article 60, Section 16. Small takeout is conditional in the NS1 subdistrict. Name and address for the record, please.
Yvette Fernandez, 1151B Blue Hill Avenue in Dorchester.
Tell us what you're proposing.
To open up a bakery cafe for takeout.
Okay, so this will just be this, you will not do baking, it's just a cafe?
No, I will do baking.
You will bake?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And the name of it?
Dulce Bakery Cafe.
Okay.
I can spell it out.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
What's there now?
There's nothing there. It's a new building, or a rebuild of an old space.
What's the intersection, the closest intersection?
Blue Hill and Morton Street.
And Morton, okay. That's right, okay. Wow. Any questions from the board?
Did you bring any samples?
I did.
Well, let's try them first.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Carl Jean Lewis on behalf of Council President Campbell's office. We'd like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Whitney Salesson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This project had two abutters presentations, including one at the Lucerne Garden Association. They were very excited about this project. It's been the sentiment in the neighborhood every time they've presented. They're excited to have a new business, bringing something new to the neighborhood. Thank you. We support.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Does this building currently have any grates on it or any signs on it or anything? The space?
The space? Yeah.
It does? Okay. May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve just standard language for takeout.
And design review?
Design review just for the grates out front, though, specific to the grates.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set with that proviso.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 861-734-1345 to 1357 Blue Hill Avenue. This is the other Blue Hill Avenue here. They would like a small takeout and coffee and sandwiches. The violation's Article 60, Section 16, a small takeout is conditional. Name and address for the record.
It's very easy to have all food items now.
I know.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. My name is Joel Nunez, 1349 Blue Hill. We are Primo Market, and we're looking to add a small takeout to the business. I also have here a petition letter of support from local members of the community that are in support.
So how big is this market?
It's about 2,900 to be exact.
1,000 square feet?
Yeah.
Okay, and you've been there for a while?
About a year now.
A year? And so this is for takeout of coffee and sandwiches?
Correct.
How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate.
Does the building on the outside have grates?
It
Or
does.
It does?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in support?
Madam Chair, members of the board. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Whitney Celestin with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We held a meeting for this property. No major opposition. We support this change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Ronald Carroll, and board members. My name is Ronald Carroll. I work for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Boston at 10 Hazleton Street, right around the corner. I just wanted to go on record to say I support this motion.
Oh, this is right around the corner from you guys?
From the old Boston
excellent.
Public Library.
Okay,
Now I'm at
nice.
18th Center. Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Please put your name and address on the record and tell us briefly what your opposition is based on.
Hi, I'm at 710. I own 710 and 714 Walk Hill Street, and my property is, their back door is right next to my yard. And I oppose it because there's already a restaurant there, and there's a dumpster there already. There's lots of illegal dumping. And also, they've been, this business has been there for a year, about almost a year now, I think. And I also have an issue with them not properly containing their trash. And also there's currently 2 freezers out there right now that have been there for months. The doors are on the freezers, they're not taken off. And I have pictures and things like that if you'd like to see them. And also too, there's a parking issue. Because of the restaurant that's there now, there's plenty of trash that ends up on my property, and I'm the one that has to clean the trash up. I tried to contact the building management, they don't get back to me. And I also have a rodent issue because of all the stuff that's going on. It's just, the trash is just phenomenal, the amount of trash that comes there. People eating outside in their cars, dumping it. Like I said, there's lots of people dumping tires there, and I don't know if they plan to get a dumpster, but the space between their property and mine is so small, you know. I don't know how they plan to put a dumpster without it being on my property.
Okay, thank you.
Just
Can you send the pictures up here, please?
Just to add, we do have
No, hold on. Your name and address, please?
Sharon Walker, 710 Walk Hill Street.
And tell us what your concerns are.
The rats. She got rats crawling up the side of the house. They have raccoons running up the side of the house from the trash that's there. If you can look at the pictures, raccoons run all through the yard. When we're in the yard in the summertime having cookouts, there's mice, raccoons, everything running from the yard from people who leave their trash. There's an open refrigerator out there that raccoons sleep at in the middle of the night, and nobody wants to come forward and pick it up. And they put it right in her yard. It's literally right in the yard. There's mice that run around there all day. And I mean mice, rats, raccoons, and it's just like right in her yard. We had to throw a stick one day to get the raccoon to come off of her house because it went in there garbage and ran up the side of her house. It's disgusting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a major issue here. Why should we reward you with any kind of relief when you've been a poor neighbor? What are you going to do?
Just to add, we do have a contract for trash removal. I'm pretty sure that they come once a week, every week on Mondays. So they provide us 3 containers.
Obviously, it's not enough. I mean, I'm looking at photos here of garbage sitting there.
That was probably taking a
at
day.
Capacity.
We don't work with food right now. Most of our trash is bagged, so probably that day was a big, that week was a big order, and they were just removing the trash that very same day.
Does your property line go exactly to that tar area? Where does your property line end?
To my knowledge, yes.
And you own the building?
I do not own the building.
Who owns the building?
The Samato property.
Estamados?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can we have somebody from ISD? I don't know how to get this. Somebody from ISD needs to go out there. And yes, please. And we're going to defer this case until we know that issues have been resolved and that we can, in good conscience, look at this project. Okay? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And let's defer this to the springtime.
I'm sorry?
Let's defer it to the springtime.
Well, we're into March, so we do March 26th.
Okay? March 26th, and in the meantime, we want to know what the status is on that cleanup and follow-up, okay?
You have the owner come in?
And please help me with any additional work that he needs to do?
Christine, did the owner come in?
Yes. Oh, well,
I am
don't know if that's, yeah, we should have the owner here.
Landlord.
The landlord. You and the landlord, because we need to know what you're doing about the trash, because you're responsible for that, and what he's doing about the rest of the building.
In other words, what we'll be looking for is a schedule of pickups and, some reports from the neighbors that things are working in the right direction.
Okay. Being a good neighbor. Thank you. Calling the next case, calling BOA 893-323, 70 Brent Street. This is to add a 2-tier deck to the rear of a single-family home. Includes change the egress on the first floor and in addition, egress on the second floor. The violation to Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and other board members. My name is Aaron Banner Goodspeed at 70 Brent Street.
Tell us what you're proposing.
I'm proposing to add a 2-story deck on the rear of my house.
Is this a one-family or
It is a
two-family?
single-family, yeah.
Okay. So it's for each floor, basically,
There's a third floor is occupied as well, but we're not going up to the third floor.
Okay. And let's see, your side yard is insufficient, so that's, I'm assuming, it's the side of the house, okay?
It's the side of the house, and we're only going out back.
How are the plans, Mr. Pizzoli?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. There was an abutters meeting held on September 24th, and the applicant also worked with the St. Mark's Civic Association to gain the support of all the abutters. We'd like to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 874-758, 93 Lonsdale Street. This is to build 2 dormers in the attic. The violation to Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive, and Article 65, Section 9, the side yard setback is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Stephen Pettipas, the architect for the project, 7 Stimson Street, Boston, Mass.
Tell us what's being proposed.
What's being proposed is an enlargement of an existing third-floor bedroom into a master suite with an addition of 240 square feet.
And this is 240 square feet. Is this a single or a two-family?
It's a 2-family.
Okay.
This is a third-floor dormer.
Okay. And your violations, you have, side yard is existing. What are you going from to?
Side yard is existing. It's I think it's 10 feet on one side.
Well, how about the FAR?
The FAR is slightly over. I think it's non-conforming to begin with, so we're over. We're over to begin
Plans,
with.
Mr. Pizzani.
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 887-661, 7 Saco Street. This is a combined parcel into one lot, a new construction of a 6-family residential. Violation to Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking loading. Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking design. Article 65, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the height is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Madam Chair, my client is here. He has handouts for the boards. Here's the plans. As long as Mr. Pisani has a set, I suppose we can proceed to the board's election. Whether you want your...
Has the most recent plans?
There's only one set. There have been no changes. If Mr. Pisani has a set, nothing has changed.
Okay, let's proceed.
Drawings are adequate.
Tell us what you're proposing.
It's an application to, my planner is just walking in now, and he'll hand out the plans for the board members to consolidate two lots. Each lot is 3,750 square feet. One lot has a two-family dwelling on it. The other one has a couple of outbuildings, structures. The resulting lot would be 7,500 square feet. The new building would be a 3-story, 6-unit building. There would be 12 parking spots outside.
Sorry, George, this is two buildings on the same lot then?
No, it's a single building. So it's one 6-unit building, a 3-story building with 12 off-street parking spaces. Of the 12 spaces, 4 full-size, 8 are compact, hence the violations for the design of off-street parking. It's a 2F6000 zoning district, which is why there's a violation for forbidden multifamily. This is Saco Street, runs off into Ponset Ave. It's a short dead-end street. Directly across the street are side-by-side mirror image 6-unit buildings that within the past year or so have suffered fire damage. To their left, there's a 4-family dwelling, a 3-family, and then a 4-family at the corner of Neponset Ave. On this side of Saco, there's the existing 2-family and a couple of 1-family dwellings. In terms of the other violations, there's a cited violation for excessive floor area ratio. Looking at the plans, you'll see that the 6 units are identical 2-bedroom units, approximately 1,076 square feet, which creates about 6,700 square feet of gross floor area. The only additional GFA is the common hallway, even multiplied out over 3 floors. If it's over 7,500 GFA and therefore over the FAR, then it's by a tick because it's so close. There's a cited violation for excessive height. This owes only to story height. This is a 2.5-story, 35-foot district. This 3-story building would rise to a maximum height of 30 feet, 4.5 inches. Front yard insufficiency, there is a required 15-foot front yard setback. At the nearest point of this building to Saco Street, which would be the projecting bays, there's a setback of just over 7.5 feet. And there's a cited rear yard insufficiency. The requirement in the district is 30 feet. The rear setback for this building as designed is 22 feet 4 inches.
And then tell us about the parking.
12 parking spaces surrounding the building. On the side coming in from towards the end of Saco would be spaces numbered 1 through 8. And then there are 3 spaces along the rear lot line, and then 1 at the rear of the building for a total of 4 in the back of the building, or 2 per unit.
And a couple of these units are going to be handicapped accessible? Or is the building elevated?
Building is...
It has a rear ramp.
Right, yeah, exactly. There's a rear ramp, which is shown on the first floor plan on the first sheet. Yep. Yes, and on the elevation. And the rendering.
How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. There was an abutters meeting well attended on September 12th, and the applicant also met with the Clam Point Civic Association. The applicant accommodated many of the parking and design concerns of the abutters. We'd like to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor, Frank Baker's office, we'd like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Council, Michael Flaherty, Council to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve with continued BPDA design review.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Thank you. BOA 51286-474 Hyde Park Avenue. Moving forward? Deferring. For the record, please.
Attorney John Pulgini, 10 Forbes Road, Braintree, and this is 474 Hyde Park Ave, Rosendale. There's actually two ERTs on this that are associated with this, and when they, has nothing to do with ISD, when they filed their appeal, they neglected to file the appeal for the other ERT, which should have been a companion case for this, so they have to go through that process.
Okay. So when do you think that all that will catch up with each other? In March?
As soon as we appeal it, it would just go together.
Okay. So
We're into March.
okay, we're into March, so we're deferring until March. So there's a motion to deferral?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We have March 12th.
Thank you.
Calling the next case. Sorry. Which one are we? Yep. BOA 858-894, 44 to 46 Hyde Park Avenue. This is a change of arcs from a martial arts facility to a cannabis establishment. Modify the existing layout and conditions to the interior of the building. Note, the building unit is 54A. Violation Article 55, Section 16, cannabis establishment is a conditional use. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Ross. I'm an attorney with Prince Lobel Law Firm representing my client, Mass Patient Foundation. To my left is Dan Carden, the co-founder and COO of the company. To my right is architect Greg McIntosh from Lincoln Architects. We're here after having had our community meeting on September 5th, having negotiated a host community agreement.
Okay, so hold on. Give us details on the project, please.
Yes, this is a building near Forest Hills, of which there is a CrossFit and our proposed dispensary. Our dispensary will be approximately 1,500 square feet on the first floor of the building. The project is to be a medical marijuana dispensary. We've made a commitment to the district city councilor and to the community that we would put a proviso on the license, thus requiring us to come back to remove that if we wanted to move forward with adult use. We want to prove that we can walk before we run. That's
So
the
tell us
idea.
about the walking stage. How is this laid out? Is this laid out similar to Milk Street?
I mean, these are all similar in that they have the protected entrance where, if you look at ID .0101, this is our proposed, I'm sorry, 01.02. This is the proposed dispensary. And the reception portion is on the left side of the building, and in order to get through that, you have to show your ID. There's actually a ID video check at the actual main entrance of the building. So you're actually going to be, by the time you get to receptionist, you've checked in now a second time. You have to be a valid patient. You have to be able to be within your limit. And then only then would they allow you into the sales area where you would then go forward and interact with the sales people.
What are the proposed hours of operation?
10 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week. Yeah.
What is the name of this establishment?
Mass Patient Foundation.
That's the name of the,
Sorry, we're calling it DBA Apotheca. My apologies.
okay?
What's currently in that location?
It's a karate studio currently, and there's also a one of these fitness centers on site. What's it called? CrossFit.
This was just recently built? Or is this an older building?
It's existing.
It's an existing building?
Existing building.
Okay. And I'm okay, how are the plans, Mr.
The
Bazai?
drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the
Yeah,
board?
it just, this is a really congested area, you know, there's drop off and pick up at Forest Hills, and there's all these new units coming into place. How are you gonna handle traffic?
Yeah, so, I mean, the current numbers for medical are extremely low. We're seeing about, unfortunately, I would say to the client, probably about 30 people a day. It's not a huge number. You know, well, I think there's a lot of people waiting right now to look at the adult use regime, which is coming. So I think some of the patients are even saying, you know, I might hold off before paying an extra $200 to re-register and wait for some of these to open. I think in the beginning, you're going to see a lot of people go to those types of dispensaries, but even they will start to settle down as more and more open. That being said, this is directly across the street from Forest Hills Station, as well as Forest Hills parking lot. There is parking on site. It's limited, but there are 4 spaces. They've been tandem parking, so there's more like 8 spaces back there that both fit the athletic group shared with the karate studio, but we're really not relying on that.
Those probably need employees, right?
Our plan for employees is to do 100% subsidy of an MBTA pass and ask them not to use the parking in the back.
And so if the volume is that low, are the hours warranted, the 10 to 8?
Yeah.
I suppose you'll adjust that based on traffic flow, consumer flow. Okay? Any other questions? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Alexandra Valdez, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record to support and also say they were able to reach a community host agreement among the community members and also direct abutters. They were able to visit the neighborhood, JP Neighborhood Council, as well as Public Service Committee, which offer their support as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Will Pop-Webster from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. We've been involved in the community process for this and would like to go on record in support as well. We understand that the zoning relief is being granted just to this petitioner and the facility is just for medicinal marijuana use. And they have also agreed to a number of items that the neighborhood requested, like quarterly meetings. So we think that there's been an adequate community process here and would like to support them. Thank you.
Anybody here to speak in opposition? Do you run another facility in the city?
No, we currently,
Sorry, go ahead.
we currently operate we're in Arlington and Lynn.
Arlington and Lynn.
And we cultivate in Fitchburg.
Pardon?
And we do our cultivation in Fitchburg.
Okay, given.
And the agreement is that if you were to transition to adult use, you would go through a process all over again.
That's right.
I think that's where the fear is around traffic congestion.
Yeah,
Really.
when it happens, it happens. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? All
There's
those
a
in
proviso, we did make a commitment that we would include that proviso on that sort of.
Well, if you're going to medical, if you're going to recreational, I guess it depends on how ISD cites it, so,
Yeah.
yes, I think it's worth putting it down.
Okay, so make a motion to approve with the understanding this is for medical marijuana use only.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, you're all set.
Calling BOA 818-500-375 Hyde Park Avenue. This is seeking to change occupancy from a 3-family dwelling to a 4-family dwelling, also to erect a rear addition and dormers and renovate the entire building. The violation, Article 55, Section 9, dimension regulations. In the residential zoning subdistrict, the main entrance location of the dwelling unit must face the front lot line. Article 55, Section 40, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Article 55, Section 8, Use of 4 units is forbidden. Article 55, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. And Article 55, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jeff Drago, attorney for City Realty on the project at 375 Park Ave, with an address of 50 Broad Street. I have Josh Fetterman, the principals and owners, and James Christopher, the architect. Before you, we're seeking, as mentioned, to change the occupancy from an existing 3-family dwelling to a 4 condominium unit complex, to renovate the entire building. And this would also include dormers on the top, squaring off the top floor, and adding rear additions in the back of the building. We would also be creating an additional parking space by widening the driveway. So currently it houses 1 car, this would now provide for 2. The additions that I had mentioned are approximately 10 by 10 and 10 by 7, which would square off the existing rear porch. The building will be fully sprinklered, and we're actually lowering the height from 36-foot 1 to 35 feet. This particular zoning is a 3F 4000, and just to go over the average unit sizes are 1,000 square feet. The first floor is a duplex unit with some kitchen and living in the basement. It is 2-bed, 1-bath with a deck, and it's 1,011 square feet. Unit 2 is a 1-bed with a den, 602 square feet. The second floor houses Unit 3. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath with a deck, and it's 1,083 square feet. And then finally, Unit 4 on the third floor is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,172 square foot unit. I'll touch upon the violations. The use is a 3F is allowed, and we're providing, we're asking for 4 family, so variance is sought. Our current FAR is 0.8, would be increasing to 1.1, and what's allowed is 0.7. Open space, we do go over 800, it's just not continuous, and the way the open space is set up does trigger a violation. Off-street parking is triggered, it's 1.25 for the new dwelling unit, and we're at 1.25. And
you're providing 4 spaces?
We are providing an additional space, so right now the building is a 3-family with 1 space, we're going to a 4-family with 2, but the code requires 1.25.
What's the floor-to-ceiling height in the basement?
We could take it.
Okay. So tell us how that unit would work. If you were a visitor, you would then go to a basement space? How would it work?
Madam Chair, there'd be a front port entry, so Unit 1 is a bi-level unit on the first floor with additional living space in the basement. It's almost an upside-down unit, Madam Chair. The bedrooms are on the upper level with the kitchen and living space in the lower level.
So the entrance to the unit...
It'd be interior from the main floor.
So you would enter at the bedroom level and then proceed downstairs
Correct.
to the living
So
and
you'd come in
kitchen?
the front door, there's an entry hall with the stairs up to the other units, and then you'd enter into Unit 1. Off to the left there, you'd come in and there'd be a set of stairs down to the living space with the bedrooms on the upper level.
How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. They did have their abutters meeting back on June 13th. It was hosted by Jack Duggan. I was not hired at the time. I came a month later. We would like to go on record and support it, as there's been no opposition from the community since their abutters meeting.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve with continued BPDA design review.
Second.
Oh, sorry, do we need that, yeah?
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set to vote.
Thank you.
Calling BOA 843-952, 123 Park Place. This is a change of occupancy to a 3-family dwelling, wood frame, 1.5-story addition. This is connection to garage to dwelling and convert to living space. This is the violation of Article 55, Section 40, off-street parking and loading is insufficient. Article 55, Section 8, three-family is forbidden. Article 55, Section 9, dimensional regulations, the location of the main entrance. Article 55, Section 9, the lot area is insufficient. Article 55, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 55, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Article 55, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 55, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Don Wiest with the Dane Torpy firm, 745 Atlantic Avenue here in Boston. With me is Heidi Johnson, the owner of the property, and Gail Sullivan, the architect.
Are you going to remain anonymous?
We seem to have an interloper at the end here. That's, Jeff Paquette is the fellow owner.
Tell us what's being proposed.
Yes, Madam Chair, before we start, I'll just for the record, I'll pass in. We have support letters from 15 abutters.
Please go to the merits.
Okay.
Tell us about the proposal, please.
How would you like to speak?
Hi, thanks for hearing us this morning. We first came to you 4 years ago, unable to have sufficient support from our abutters. We are here today because
Let's go just directly.
Okay.
This is what's before us. History is history. I want to know what's being proposed
Great.
today.
Thanks. So we're proposing the project because we have two critical needs. We want to provide a small, modest living unit for Jeff's mother to age in place in a separate, independent, affordable, all on one floor, physically challenged, accessible space, and to address the structurally unsound carriage house on our property. Since our last appearance, we redesigned the unit several times and have worked in communication with our abutters and other nearby neighbors, responding to input through that process, and at our most recent abutters meeting in June. We have made significant changes to the original design, eliminating a second floor loft space to bring it down in height and containing the envelope of the living space in other ways. The end result is the design you see before you today. In addition, we have signed MOUs from our number 8 and number 10 Myrtle Street abutters for the recommendation of the JPNC and the JPA. We're also pleased to have the support of the JPA and the JPNC, as well as others who are here today, and through the letters of support from those who couldn't attend the meeting today.
And how many square feet is this unit?
A few quick facts. It's 1,001 square feet addition, 1.5 stories officially, but it's a single floor unit. And it's 19 feet 6 inches to the ridge line. That had been an issue with the abutters, and we reduced it. The existing carriage house is 17.5, so this will be 19.5. We've pulled it away from the rear yard only by a foot because it's tight, and pulled it further away from the side yard property line, so it's now 7'6". The proposed will be 7'6". So we've tried to reduce the impact of the property line variances as much as we can.
The current carriage house is freestanding, right?
Correct.
And the proposed is
Attached. And the reason for that was the issue about aging in place, and so when there needs to be more communication, they wanted a connection. So there's a connection between the living room of the apartment and the kitchen of the main house.
Is there a set of stairs that come up from the shared deck and from the decks? So I suppose whoever lives in the carriage house would, should they need assistance, would have assistance going down those 3 stairs, or are you proposing a ramp?
In the immediate, they would have, should she need assistance, she would have somebody helping her, but we designed it in such a way that we could add a ramp.
How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any additional questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Alexandra Valdez, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to record our support and also state that the applicant has gone a very extensive community process in getting on board with all of their abutters. And also state that the JP Neighborhood Council, as well as the local neighborhood association, has offered their support as well.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Will Poff Webster from Councilor O'Malley's office. We'd also like to echo that support and go on record in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. My name is Conrad War. I'm an immediate homeowner and neighbor at 4 Park Place. I'd like to put on the record that we're in favor of this project. Thank you.
So people come from far and wide to support this project.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Board, this is more of a character reference for Jeff and Heidi, who are just great community and active citizens. So just thank you.
Good afternoon. Hitan Kalan, living in 73 Jamaica Street in Jamaica Plain. Just wanted to endorse this project given the type of family that lives there and the richness that they bring to the community.
Madam Chairman, I'm Sophia Rizvi, and I live at 2 Park Place, directly across from Jeff and Heidi's place. And I'm here to support this project because of multiple reasons. One is, of course, it will improve the aesthetics of the neighborhood, and 2, it goes along with the spirit of Jamaica Plain and in terms of diversity and multi-generation family.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve. We need BPDA.
No.
Continue BPDA. Yes.
Second. Yeah, is there all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 885-651, 55 Avalon Road. 22 by 20, 2-story addition on the back of the house. The violation, Article 56, Section 8, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 56, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. The addition cannot be closer than 8 feet to an accessory building. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Gerard McCarthy, 55 Avalon Road, and my wife Karen, homeowners.
Tell us what you're proposing.
Proposing to add a 22 by 20 addition on the back of the house.
So, this is a single family?
Single family home.
And it's owner occupied, do you guys live there?
Owner occupied, yes.
Okay. And how close is this to your garage? Do you have a garage?
The
It says,
existing garage.
yeah, so how close will this be to the garage?
I want to say within like 5 feet.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate.
Yeah? Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jack Duggan, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Just like to go on record of support. We had a butters meeting back in October. Several neighbors came, including the one who's directly in the back. Everyone's supportive. They went to neighborhood council and received their support as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Shannon Murphy from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this project.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan. We have the council, Michael Flaherty. Council to go on record support.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Megan Kamala from Councilor Anissa Asabi Jorda's office. The council would like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I think we need BPDA review on that one.
I don't think so.
2 stories, anything over 1.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the design review. Okay?
Calling BOA 855-206, 436 rear Baker Street. This is to construct a new 20 by 24 single-level garage with the deck above. The violations, Article 56, Section 40, application of the dimensional regulations, Article 56, Section 39, off-street parking, loading, access maneuverability not be within the lot. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Corey Brown at 436 Baker Street, West Roxbury.
Tell us what you're proposing.
We're proposing a 2-car garage, 20 by 24 feet, subterranean, separate from the house. It's a single-family residence.
You live in the house?
We live in the house, me and my
So
wife.
you're proposing a 2-car garage.
Yes.
So what are the violations here?
The violations that we needed to be 65 feet from Baker Street, and I think we're right at 65. We have a big maple and a big oak that we want to have a little wiggle room when we actually install it to make sure we keep those trees. The other violation is that we're entering our proposed garage, on a strip of land that we have acquired exclusive rights to. and it's not on our lot, but it's on a strip of land that we have exclusive rights to, that's on our deed. We insure it. It's this strip of land stays with the house.
And tell us about the deck.
It's going to be a flat top, and we just wanted to throw a little deck on top. We currently have a foundation in our backyard that we use as like a little patio, and we're going to be taking that out for more green space and open space, and we just wanted to put a deck on top of the garage.
And access would be from the exterior, interior of the garage?
Driving access?
No, to the deck.
It will be from our backyard.
How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jack Duggan, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Just like to go on record support. We had an abutters meeting back in August, so the neighbors did have some issues, but all the issues came from just the easement, nothing really related to the zoning or the garage. Corey went to the neighborhood council twice and received their support the second time, so we'd just like to echo that support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Shannon Murphy from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this project.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of the Council, Michael Flaherty, echoing the sentiments in the mayor's office, council to go on record in support.
Chair of the board, Camilla from Councilor Asami George's office. The council would like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval, we don't need to.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
Calling BOA 865770, 23 Metropolitan Avenue. This is a change of occupancy from a two-family dwelling to a three-family dwelling. An additional third unit will be located in the basement with walkout level. It's been proposed to also enclose the second floor deck. Violations, Article 67, Section 32, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 67, Section 8, the three-family detached dwelling is forbidden use. Article 67, Section 8.2, dwelling units in basement are forbidden. Article 67, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 67, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. And Article 67, Section 9.3, the location of the main entrance. Main entrance to the dwelling shall face the front lot line. Name and address for the record, please.
Patrick Mahoney, I'm the attorney for the project. My business address is 160 Federal Street. With me is my client and homeowner, George McCool, all the way to the right, and to my immediate right is Andre Sabali, the contractor, if zoning relief is required. Madam Chair, members of the board, we're here today to appeal a number of variances associated with the use of occupancy change in Rosendale from a two-family to a three-family. The current zoning is a 2F5000 zoning sub-district, and is to address some of the violations, and Mr. Fortune has read into the record. The open space violation is incurred not only from the increased unit count of the occupancy, but
So I just want to get, is the third unit you're proposing in the basement?
it's in the lower level.
It's in the basement, so it's, so the three-family use, because this is a two-family district, is forbidden, and units in the basement are, in this zoning code, are forbidden.
That's correct.
So it's forbidden on two fronts. So please talk about that proposed unit.
The proposed unit on the lower level would be access from the side, which is also the violation for location. Front door not facing the main, rather the main entrance not facing the lot line. You'll access that, there is it's below grade.
Is this 1.1? Where can I see the plans for this?
For the grade elevation?
Yeah, for that basement unit?
Sure, thank you.
It's 1.1, right? Yeah, there it is, 1.1. No. Where is it?
8.3.1. Madam Chair, would be probably the best view to see where that unit is located. Specifically in the bottom, you can see some pictures from the street on the left.
Okay.
That unit will be below grade on the main level, but it's positioned in the rear part of the house, and front. Mrs. McCool's property in the rear. There's about a 16-foot grade elevation difference. There'll also be parking in the rear with this, which is part of the reason for the open space violation. The main entrance associated, again, with some of the relief requested, but also with the proposed Unit 1 entrance, it is in the rear elevation on A3.1 can be found in the bottom left quadrant picture, where the entire unit from that view is above grade. In the front, a good idea to see is the upper quadrant to show you the grade depth as it escalates down to the rear of the site, as well as the quadrant below that. So we have both entrances are above grade, and both windows and egresses out from bedrooms are above grade. There has been one change in this proposal. That unit is proposed to be a 3-bedroom. It'll be a 2-bedroom, and the reason for that is to comply with standard metro unit sizes on the proposed unit. So the proposed unit, to be a 3-bedroom, it would have to be larger than.
So what is the size? What is the size of this unit?
The size of this unit, as proposed, will be a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. It's 850 square feet, and it's consistent with standard metro unit sizes.
Okay.
So in the plan, which of the bedrooms are you taking out?
It's the one in the rear, Mr. Bizzani, rather closest to Metropolitan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? And the plans are adequate, Mr. Bizzani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Carpenter, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We held a community meeting back on September 25th, and we did get a number of support, a good amount of support from the direct abutters. Most of the abutters in attendance were from that dead-end side of Metropolitan Ave, and they had nothing but good things to say about George and this project. So we'd like to go on record in support.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Walter Applewhite, Council McCarthy's office. We'd also like to go on record as support.
Thank you.
Tom Miller, 21 Augustus Avenue, Rosendale. I'm here to support the proponent. His family has been in this neighborhood since 1983. He has been a good businessman in this neighborhood. We believe, and everyone I've talked to believes, that this is a project that would not have any impact on the abutters, as referenced by the supporting letter that you received from those abutters. So I'm here to support this project. Thank you.
Thanks. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 869-995, 222 Rosendale Avenue. This is the change of occupancy from a 3-family to a 4-family. Excavate basement for new ceiling height and additional dwelling unit. Proposed new exterior rear deck and egress stairs. A full interior renovation. New driveway in the rear. Proposed 4 off-street parking. The violation is Article 67, Section 8, 4-family dwellings forbidden use. Article 67, Section 8.2, dwelling unit in basement is forbidden use. Article 67, Section 9, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 67, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 9, Section 2, the change of a 3-family to a 4-family dwelling. Change is a non-conforming use. Name and address for the record, please.
Attorney John Fulgini, 10 Forbes Road in Braintree. With me is Charlie Donovan, who's the owner and developer of this project. So 222 Rosendale Ave, zoning in that neighborhood is 2F5000. It is, ISD has this currently listed as a 3-family. The lot size is 4,400 square feet. The proposal, as Mr. Fortune stated, is to change the occupancy from a 3-family to a 4-family by the construction in the basement, and also provide 4 off-street parking spaces. With respect to violations, we have a use violation, which is a 4-family violation, a basement unit violation. FAR is 0.5 is allowed, we're at 0.79. Open space is 1,750. We're at 880 square feet. The unit sizes of the basement is 1,114 square feet, which is 3-bedroom, 1-bath. First floor is 900 square feet, 3-bed, 1-bath. Second floor, 900 square feet, 3-bed, 2-bath. And third floor, 900 square feet, 3-bed, 2-bath. We had a positive community process, and through that process, an agreement was reached with the abutters with respect to installing permeable asphalt with the construction of the driveway and the parking area in the rear. Currently, even though it is used as a 3-family, there is no off-street parking provided with this building. And we are, as we stated, providing 4 off-street parking spaces if this proposal is allowed. I've also provided the board with 5 letters of support from direct abutters who support this project.
So again, is any part of this basement above grade or not?
So the entrance to the front is you come through the front door and you'd walk down to the basement. And then through the rear, you would walk, there's a small addition that they're putting in because they're doing decks on the back. Just a basically, I shouldn't say an addition, excuse me, Madam Chair. It's a foundation to support the decks, and you would walk out of that. My understanding is from looking at the plans, the windows are about 3 feet up off the ground, so you'd be looking outside without reaching up to look outside a window.
And the windows would also be a means of egress?
Correct.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board?
In order to do the new foundation, the house is being jacked up, is that?
That is correct.
Oh, how high?
Probably gonna go 7 feet.
7 feet?
We're underneath we're significantly under the 35-foot
No, I was just more thinking about the top.
And what's the floor to ceiling height in the basement?
It's 8 feet.
8 feet. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe Coppinger representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We did hold an abutters meeting back on September 19th, and there were some concerns brought up by residents about permeable pavements, the removal of trees, and but with the developers' willingness to work with the community and add those into the project, we would like to go on record in support of this project.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Walter Applewhite, Council McCarthy's office. We'd also like to go on record in support.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Are these proposed rentals or sales?
They're going to be rentals. They're currently rentals now, and they will stay.
What's the projected rental?
I think probably about $1,800 to $2,000 a month.
Interesting. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Calling BOA 871146, 1763 Commonwealth Avenue. This is the change of occupancy from 1 office apartment to 3 apartments. No alterations to the building to take place other than an installation of 2 kitchens in the garden level and first floor. The violations, Article 51, Section 9, the lot area for additional dwelling unit is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Harry Collins, 326 Dartmouth Street, Boston.
Please tell us what's being proposed.
I'm here with the owner and the architect for the property. It's currently occupied by a medical office on 2 floors plus 1 residential unit. Previously, it was all residential. The proposal is to return to all residential use, 1 studio, 1 bedroom, and 1 2-bedroom. Property has 4 parking spaces in the rear. There are a number of buildings in the block that have 3 or more residential units. We've had a butters meeting, and we had a meeting with the Brighton-Alston Improvement Association, and no issues or objections were voiced. We'll have the architect go over the violations.
Tell us the units, the sizes of the units.
Yes.
Yes.
And please, I think the most prevailing issue perhaps is the parking.
Okay, my name is Jonathan Royce. I'm the architect for the project, 15 Cranston Street, Jamaica Plain. And, you know, I think the project has, you know, sufficient grade to not be considered a basement and sufficient ceiling height.
What is the ceiling height?
7'8".
And so what's the square footage of the studio?
The studio is 850 feet.
Does that include the utility space?
Excuse me?
Does that 850 include?
No, it
the
does not.
utility?
It does not.
Okay, but is the utility space in fact included within the unit?
It is only accessible through that unit.
So that's a violation.
Um,
That utility space is for the whole building, right? Not just that unit?
Yes. Well, if we were granted relief, we could, you know, put in heating systems in each unit and remove it.
You put an exterior access, sort of, what you could do is you could flip the stair. Make the stair have a common access. It would take away space from the unit.
Yeah, that could be done. We could reconfigure that.
And the first floor unit?
The first floor unit is 640 square feet.
And the floor is 935.
And that the top unit is 1,020 square feet.
So this is essentially a freestanding office building that's being converted to apartments?
No, it's more of a townhouse. It was a residential townhouse that was converted to a commercial and residential use. You know, you can see it. You can see in the picture. It's, you know, there's a row of maybe 20 of these.
And tell us about the parking.
There's two garage parking spots, and there's two spots behind those.
Which will be accessible to these units?
Yeah.
How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate with the exception of having to deal with providing independent access to the utility room.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. My predecessor conducted a abutters meeting for these gentlemen, and they also received support from the Brighton-Alston Improvement Association. We think this will create valuable units for the neighborhood that's in need of more housing units, so we're in support of the project.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Daniel Polanco on behalf of Councilor Mark Siomo, also like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion,
I'm going to
please?
make a motion to grant the zoning relief requested, but with a proviso that you solve the access to the utility room.
So we will not sign off until you see revised drawings?
Yeah, if, John, you just submit a drawing, and we'll hold signature until that.
Okay. Okay, very
Is
good.
there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Call the last case for 10:30. Calling BOA 885-363, 38 Inglewood Avenue. This is a renovation and addition of an existing three-family building into 8 dwelling unit building. The proposed rear addition is a 3-story above grade and does not pass the existing structure height. The violation, Article 51, Section 9, the lot area for additional dwelling unit is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. And Article 51, Section 56, 51-56, off-street parking design. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano. The address is 15 Broad Street. I have to thank our team from Embark as the architect on the project. What you actually see before you, 38 Englewood Ave, is an existing structure, 3-unit building. And this project, I know a lot of violations were mentioned. We've actually significantly changed the project with community involvement over a better part of 9 months. And so we're actually restoring the existing building that you see in front, proposing a rear addition on the back, and we've reduced the condos. These are 6 condo units, they're duplex units, but keeping the existing structure, which is very important to the community. The previous proposal was for 8, and before that we were at 14.
So for the owner, it's worth the time spent in community process to bring it back down to what could be possibly reasonable.
It was, yes.
Yeah, well, so let's just, so this is a rear addition. What are the square feet of each unit?
So it varies. It ranges from 1,265 square foot units to 1,096 square foot units to 1,513 square foot units. They're all 2-bed. Some are 2-bath, some are 1-bath, and they're all 2-bed. The average size is 1,265. These are all condominiums proposed.
Okay. Now with this reduction from 8 to 6, do any of these violations, are any of them eliminated?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair. What we were able to eliminate is height, both in stories and feet, front yard, side yard, and rear yard. So the only violations outstanding is additional lot area per dwelling unit. So we would be required to have 3,000, we're at 2,743. And FAR is required, what's allowed is 1.0, we're at 1.15. And parking, although we have 6 spaces, it requires 10, so 1.75.
What about the design of the parking? Is that still an issue?
I'm sorry.
Is that still an issue?
So parking, no.
The design of it? Because
No.
you had, no, you've
Right,
solved
so
that.
we've got
Okay.
2 parking spaces existing in the front of the building on an existing curb cut. And there's also an existing curb cut on the side of the building, which you can see in the front photo. There's 2 right here, which we're going to put pavers on in the landscape in front, and there's an existing driveway. That will come around the back of the building, obviously have 4 parking spaces. In there currently.
Were those officially approved front yard parking?
Yeah, that was prior to this proposal.
Really, there's something on file? Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We're offering our support of this project. My predecessor held 3 abutters meetings. They went to the local civic group twice. After they made reductions, the Brighton-Alston Improvement Association offered their support. I received notice from the direct abutter at the rear saying he was in support of the project and liked the setback and the reductions made, so we're offering our support.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Daniel Polanco, on behalf of Councilor Mark Siomo, also like to go on record in support.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Just one question. I see there's a proposed roof deck. Tell us about that.
So the proposed roof deck is for just the upper left duplex unit, private to just that unit.
What's the access?
Through the unit direct stair.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve the PDA design review.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Thank you.
Break, or we want to wait till 11:30?
Let's just keep going. We have a sheet.
Calling the first case for 11:30, calling VOA 860-197, 141 I Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 1-family dwelling to a 2-family dwelling, constructed 2-story rear addition, extend living space to the basement, unit 1, and full renovation, proposed 1 off-street parking in the rear. The violation is Article 27S, Section 5. This is in the South Boston iPod applicability. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking, loading and parking and loading. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking loading is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Jeff Drago from Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street. With me, I have Chris McCabe, the owner and developer of 141 I Street. As was mentioned, we're proposing to change the occupancy from an existing one-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling. Complete gut renovation of the building, including sprinkler system. Construct a two-story rear addition. This would also include extending living space into the basement for Unit 1, and it will be creating an off-street parking space in the rear that does not exist now. The additional living space between the addition in the back and the basement would be a total of 1,050 square feet. The addition in the rear is approximately 12 by 16, 190 square foot addition. In working with the neighbors, we've actually, from our prior proposal, we pulled that, our entire rear addition in 3 feet. So we now have a left side 3-foot setback that was not existing in our original plan. We also removed a bedroom, so this is now bedroom count is reduced from 5 to 4 bedrooms in the building as well. I can go over the zoning violations with you. This does fall under an IQOD applicability, and we're renovating, creating more than 1,000 square feet, so it does apply. Our open space required will be 400 in total. We're at 338. Our side yard, we do meet the 3-foot now on the left side, but the right side is right against the property line where there's a parking way, an easement that runs. Parking would be required for the new unit, 1.5. We're at 1. We did purchase a parking space in the development next door to us, just to have this.
And is it deeded to this property?
It will be, yes, correct. Unit sizes, so the unit 1 would be a 1,650 square foot 2-bed, 2.5 bath. That would have 2 means of egress, although the building is sprinklered as well. Unit 2, now with the reduction, is an 825 square foot 2-bed, 1 bath with kitchen and living dining.
So are these the most recent plans then?
Yes.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
And any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Faith Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in full support. They did have 2 meetings with their abutters, and they have made concessions to the design, according to the feedback from that meeting. Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flynn's office. We would like to go on record in opposition to this proposal. There were concerns from the abutters on the project. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Paul Sullivan, members of the Council at Large Michael Flaherty. Council to go on record in opposition due to the Article 68 violations.
May I have a motion, please?
To approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling BOA 87. Yes. Yes, I'm getting punchy.
We're going to take, the board is now adjourned until 1:25. Board of Appeals is back in session. Correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Go to the next case, calling BOA 874-670, 10 O Street. To erect a single-family dwelling with 2 parking spaces and garage and raise the existing single-family. In violation of Article 27S, Section 5, South Boston iPod applicability. Article 68, Section 8, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, the front yard is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Nancy Minucci, 894 East Broadway.
Will anybody else at the table be speaking?
Yes, Lou Alexander represents Sousa Design and working with Minucci.
So tell us what's being proposed.
We are proposing to demolish an existing 2.5-story single-family wood structure and replace it with a new 4-story single-family wood structure. And the program for this new single-family is we're providing 2-car garage at the first level with storage and living area on the second floor. For the third and fourth floor, there's 2 bedrooms on the third floor, and fourth floor will be a master suite. And we're proposing to build the new structure footing within the existing foundation that we're being demolished to the right side yard and the backyard, and expanding the side addition to within 5 feet of the left side yard.
And what's the total square footage of this proposed unit?
The total square footage of it's 2,901.
Sorry, 2,901?
1 square feet.
And this is how many bedrooms? How many bedrooms again?
It's 3 bedrooms.
3 bedrooms?
3 baths.
Okay. And it's a 2-car garage. Let me just see. No roof deck.
No roof deck.
Okay. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Let me just think of anything else. And how's the parking going to be accommodated? Oh, through the garage?
There are 2 garage.
Yeah. Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate.
Yeah. Any questions from the board?
So I'm just looking at the Google map. This is a sort of unusual. The current building is smaller than most of the other ones in the neighborhood.
Yes, it is.
And you're going to just square it off, basically?
Yes, at the back corner.
Yeah.
We like to square it off.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. It's replacing, it's demolishing one single family and replacing it with another and adding parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flynn's office, we would like to go on record in support. This type of project fits the character of the neighborhood, and that's why we would like to go on record in support. We also got many signatures from direct abutters and neighbors who are in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Council Elijah Michael Flaherty. Due to the efforts that went into drafting Article 68, at this particular point, the councilor is unable to go on record in support of this project. However, this is a project that fits in very well with the neighborhood. It's aesthetically pleasing, and this is a project that does have significant merit. The councilor will leave it to the board's discretion.
The chair, members of the board, my name is representing the carpenter seeking would like to go on record support.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Board. My name is Peter Lyden. I live at 11 City Point Court, South Boston. I'm the direct rear abutter to 10 O Street. The variance required demonstrate that the building being proposed is simply too big for the site. It's an existing 2-story building. They're asking for 4 stories. As the rear abutter, I could state that the size of the building would create a significant negative impact upon my property in terms of separation distance, effect on sunlight, and airflow. Would effectively box in the rear of my yard. As a proposed single family, this new building could easily conform to the code setback requirements and maximum FAR of 2. There are no special circumstances to this lot to make compliance with zoning requirements impossible or even impractical. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Kathy Cunningham. I live at 11 City Point Court. I'm opposed to this because the house is way too big for the lot, and it's only 3 feet, within 3 feet of our lot line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anybody else to speak in opposition? I have a couple of questions so that I just want to make sure I understand. First, on A2.0, does it appear that there are 2 front doors, or am I just reading it wrong? The front elevation.
There's a door that gets to the units, and there's a garage door.
It looks like front doors. It looks like doors. So what are these?
Front elevation.
That calls it front elevation too. I'm looking at 2.0.
Yes.
And does that look like two doors side by side?
On the left.
On the left?
Are we looking at? There's a garage door? Am I? Oh, you're looking at this property? Yeah. That's not our.
Oh, I see. That's
It's
your.
we're in the middle.
So that's what the abutting property
Yes,
looks like.
yes. I'm sorry.
So it looks like that abutter. Do they have side windows? So how close are you to that?
They have at this second and third level. We have a couple windows along that side.
Okay. So given that information, may I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve with BPDA design review on the exterior.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed. Motion carries.
Next 2 cases, calling BOA 840-518-274 Athens Street. The companion case, BOA 840-519-276 Athens Street. This is for 274, an addition renovation to a 2.5-story attached single-family dwelling to create a 4-story attached single-family dwelling with garage and front balcony. The violation is Article 27S, Section 5. It's in the South Boston iPod. Article 68, Section 29, the roof structure restricted district. This is for 276 Athens Street. This is to erect a new 4-story attached 2-family dwelling with garage and front balcony on vacant land. The violation is Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking design and access driving maneuverability. And Article 27S, Section 5, it's in the South Boston iPod. Name and address for the record, please.
Michael Verani, 415 East 8th Street, South Boston. Tim Johnson, architect, 190 Old Colony Ave, South Boston. Madam Chair, members of the board, these are 2 sister row house buildings. Number 274 is an existing single-family row house that we're planning to do an addition to create a 4-story single-family with a 2-car garage. And number 276 is a vacant lot currently. We plan to erect a 4-story, 2-family row house with a 3-car garage. The unit breakdown, 274, which is the existing single-family, will remain a single-family and be occupied by my client. It's a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 1,199 square feet, again with a 2-car garage. And 276 Athens Street will be 2 units. The lower unit, 2-bedroom, 2-bath at 698 square feet. And unit 2 is a duplex on the 34th floor at 3-bedroom, 3-bath, 1,544 square feet. Lastly, we did have a favorable abutters meeting, and we presented to St. Vincent's and gained their full support of the project.
Okay. I'm just trying to think what Athens Street will ultimately look like with all these curb cuts. Have you checked out any other options to reduce the number of curb cuts? Is there a way of working that out?
I believe so, Madam Chair. First of all, the Athens, as you know, is a one-way with no parking allowed on either side. But if we flip...
There's still the concept that there may be pedestrians.
Agreed, Madam Chair. And maybe if we flip the garage doors and maybe get them together, we could combine the curb cuts and minimize any cuts to the sidewalk.
And so your essential violation is, besides the iPod, is the parking.
It's a design and maneuverability on
Right.
276, Madam Chair. That's the three-car garage.
Right.
On 274, we only have one violation besides the iPod. Besides the iPod, has roof structure restrictions since we're altering the profile of the roof with the addition.
And are you putting a roof deck up there?
No, Madam
No?
Chair.
How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. When they did have their abutters meeting, there were no concerns that came up, and they also met with the St. Vincent's Civic Association, and they were also in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flynn's office would also like to go on record in support. As Faisal mentioned, there was an abutters meeting, and they also met with St. Vincent's Neighborhood Association, who also approved this project. Thank you.
Paul, I'm waiting for you. Or are you going to pass?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Council Lodge, Michael Flaherty. Due to the Article 68 ramifications, the councilor will go on record in opposition.
May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion
For
to...
approval of BPDA design.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And Tim, we'd like to see drawings before signature on that driveway.
On the
Yeah.
abutting garage doors.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Calling the next three cases, calling BOA 844-006, 12 Caulfield Street, BOA 844-004, 14 Caulfield Street, BOA 844-007, 24 Edler Street. This is for 12 Caulfield. Is erecting new two-family dwelling, proposed 2 off-street parking, and new subdivided parcel, contains 2,030 square feet. Violations, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking loading requirements. Article 65, Section 42.7, no side yard in which there is a driveway providing access to off-street parking required in this article should be less than 10 feet wide. Article 65, Section 9, lot area is insufficient. Article 65, lot width is insufficient. Article 65, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. This is for 14 Caulfield. This is subdividing an existing parcel to 3 lots, 2,030 square feet, 2,380 square feet, 2,147 square feet, an existing 3-family dwelling to remain. Violations, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Removal of the existing off-street parking. Article 65, Section 9, lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot width is insufficient. Article 65, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. This is for 24 Edler. This is erect a new 3-family dwelling with proposed 3 off-street parking and a new subdivided parcel containing 2,147 square foot. This is for 2 new 2-family dwellings. The violation is Article 65, Section 42.3, traffic visibility across the corner. Article 65, Section 9, the lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot width is insufficient. Article 65, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Attorney John Pulgini with me, 10 Forbes Road, Braintree, with me is Dave Anderson, who is the developer of the proposal before you. As Mr. Fortune stated, this is a subdivision of an existing parcel, actually 3 parcels into 3 separate lots, one of which will remain its current use as a 3-family. I would start with 12 Caulfield Street. The zoning in that neighborhood is 3F5000. The proposal is to build a 2-family home on a 3,756 square foot lot with 2 off-street parking spaces. The violations with what is required is 40, we're at 35 feet.
So it looks like on all of them, you have lot area, lot width, lot frontage, and FAR.
Correct.
Are they consistent?
Very consistent with what is in the surrounding neighborhood. If you, I know you guys have your iPads there. If you look at what is existing there, in most of the homes, in addition to being that size, also in 3 families, they also do not have parking. So by doing this on 2 of these 3 properties, we were able to provide off-street parking for the neighborhood.
And so it looks like on 12 and 24, you have height variances on the new construction. So what are you proposing for height? This is, I think in both cases, it's number of stories.
Complies with 35. We're actually at 32 feet.
Okay.
So
But
and
it's
obviously the
3
height
stories.
requirement is 3 stories.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
3.
the violation
Correct.
is the stories.
It's number of stories, not actual height.
Okay. And tell us about 12 and 14 seem to have a parking issue.
12, actually, because it's a 2-family, we're providing 2 off-street parking spaces, so there is 1 per unit based on that. And on 14, there is currently there was a curb cut in front of it. There's never been, what happened was, this area was kind of a blighted area. There was people dumping cars, putting trash and things like that, so that area had been fenced off, so that curb cut had been abandoned long ago. So that would be the parking violation there. And as I stated, the current uses and the size of the lots are consistent, and by providing, on 2 out of 3, we were able to provide off-street parking, which would obviously take cars off the street.
Okay. And what are the sizes of the units?
So, on 12 Caulfield, I'll start there. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 1,200 square feet. That's unit 1. Unit 2, 3 bedroom, 3 bath, 1,200 square feet. On 24 Elder, unit 1 is a 3 bedroom, 2 bath, approximately 1,000 square feet. Unit 2 is a 2 bedroom, 1 bath, approximately 800 square feet. And unit 3 is a 2 bedroom, 1 bath, and that also is approximately 800 square feet.
And then the existing 3-family?
The existing 3 families, they're all about the same square footage.
Okay. Let's see. And then on 24, the only other issue is traffic visibility.
You know, obviously, as part of this process, we'll go through BTD to work with that. The building itself, I see that we have front yard setback violations that you'll see in the violations that Mr. Fortune read out. That, again, we're matching the modal of the existing structures that are on that street.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bizzani?
I'd like to make a request, Counselor.
Sure.
Next time, please bring us 11 by 17s, even with my little magnifying glass.
I have the same thing. It's like a little globe that I actually have to look over.
So you understand our issue here?
I'm really quickly losing my eyesight, yes.
What I can say.
Proviso for you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay. So we just have to go with it, huh? Is anybody here to speak in support?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Christine Berneo, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Council, Frank Baker's office, would like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of the Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, Council on record support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Yes. Please put your name and address on the record.
I'm Joan Ty, and I reside at 25 Eastman Street. I am not a direct abutter, but... will
Sorry,
also-
your address again, 25 Easton Street?
Eastman,
Eastman,
E-A-S-T-M-A-N.
okay.
Madam Chair and Ms. St. Fleur, nice to see you. I find it remarkable that Mr. Puglini refers to Caulfield Street as a blighted area.
So, Ms. Ty, can you just, because...
I am getting to it.
Yes, please,
I
just go
wanna
through the violations.
I think it is very important that you understand some context here. This entity has owned property, the property in question, the 3 lots, for 9 years. In no way have they taken any steps to improve it. So no wonder there are cars on the lot, abandoned, et cetera. The other thing is that their capacity to maintain their existing properties, and one on Elder Street that they manage, is abysmal. They don't shovel, they let stuff grow. It's just been really terrible for us in the Eastman Elder neighborhood. We are advocates for home ownership in our neighborhood, and we requested that they consider making these deed-restricted home ownership condos. One of their representatives almost laughed. But that is what we are really interested in. We want stability in the neighborhood. We do not want investor owners. And lastly, I just want to say that I think there is a general consensus in our neighborhood association that Greater Boston Management, through its subsidiary TS Land Trust, LLC, is a developer trying to do a project of minimum quality in our neighborhood with the least possible expense. And one last thing, there is a brook that runs from Elder Street under the rear of the property from Eastman and Caulfield, and when it rains, it sometimes floods. And I had the unfortunate experience after I bought my house 35 years ago of having a little flooding in my basement due to that stream. And I just am very concerned about the quality of the construction, the waterproofing. I could go on, but thank you. And another neighbor of mine is here to speak also.
Thank you.
Yes, my name's John Muldowney, 23 Elder Street. Just a couple of quick points. As you already stated about the drawing, this is what we received also, which shows, the lack of respect he has for the neighborhood and the people living there, showing this, that you can't even make out numbers or anything. On 24 Elder Street, with the street site, what they failed to show here is at the corner of Caulfield and Elder is a handicap accessible ramp, which would be restricted by the sight line from where they're putting their house. So right on the corner there is a handicap ramp. They're also going to have to install a second curb cut, which is going to restrict the parking even further. From Elder Street to about halfway to their property is already restricted parking because the fire engines can't make the turn if cars park there. So it's already restricted. So that's already 2 spots lost. And just by looking at the numbers I can make out, on their drawing it shows 27.6 feet for the rear yard, but underneath they show 26 feet 7 inches. So there's already a difference.
I'm sorry, can you go back to what you just said?
Looking at the drawing for 24 Elder, for the parking,
Yeah?
on the drawing that I have, it shows 27 feet, looks like 6 inches, where the 3 parking spots are. But when you go down to the zoning analysis, it shows 26 feet 7 inches. So there's already a difference of 9 inches that they're adding to the property somewhere. There's been numerous citations issued to the property that's existing. There's been numerous 311 calls. They've had smoke detectors go off for days on end, where it was to the point that we had to call the fire department to make sure nobody was dead in there, because it was going off for 2 or 3 days consistently. And again, as Joan said, they don't maintain what they have there now. They don't shovel. They shovel the front steps, thinking that's sufficient, but they don't shovel the property. People can't walk by. School buses stop at that corner to pick up children in the morning, which is going to be another hindrance. And on 12 Caulfields, it looks like the turn radius to get to the parking spots isn't going to be sufficient enough for the vehicles to get in and out of there. It's like a 90-degree turn that from a 9-foot driveway button up to the house. It doesn't show where any, I don't know if they're putting it in or not, but it doesn't show where any of the condensers or anything like that are going. There's a rat infestation problem in the neighborhood. They don't show any place where they're going to keep their trash receptacles or anything like that. Those are just my concerns.
Okay. So, thank you, sir. So it sounds like there's an issue of neighborliness, a historic issue of neighborliness.
Can I just address some of them just quickly?
But before you do, John,
Sure.
can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
The current property manager that these folks are complaining about, that's, you're gonna, and you're also functioning as a developer for these new properties? And these will be rentals and you'll continue to manage the properties?
Correct.
Going forward? Okay, got a problem, clearly.
Sounds like there's a track record, 9-year track record.
So we own and operate, excuse me, a large property management company of around, 60 or 70 employees. We have groundskeeping crews, dump trucks. They go by the property 2, sometimes 3 times a week. We have multiple properties in the neighborhood. I mean, we do keep up with the snow, obviously. Without doing snow comes a big liability. We take care of the snow, we take care of the properties. Part of the problem that we had with the vacant lots was, people abandoning cars and like leaving trash there and things like that.
So if somebody abandoned the car today, how long would it take your company to get that car off that lot?
Maybe a week or so, it depends. You would have to serve an abandonment notice, try to find the owner of the car. You can't just tow people's cars, and we'd have to have it towed. So maybe a couple days, maybe a week, depending on like if they had plates or if it was unregistered. If it was unregistered and uninsured, it would be even quicker.
What can you say?
I'll address the blightedness first. I never said the neighborhood was blight.
No, I understand.
I was just saying that the lot, with people
Yep.
abandoning cars and putting trash, it creates a blighted lot.
But it was almost self-inflicted. It could have been fenced in or something
That's
could
what
have
they
been.
did do. They actually did fence it in for that purpose, just to keep that from happening, because people were leaving cars there, they were leaving trash there and things like that.
14 Caulfield is not fenced.
24 Elder Street. 24 Elder Street.
So continue.
And, there was a concern that was raised regarding parking turnaround. We were not called out for that from ISD. That's one thing. And as with respect to a brook, I just want to point out, these had houses on them at one point. So these were, and then through whatever were taken down over the years. So with respect to the brook, obviously water and soil plants are going to take out.
You basically are combining lots and then separating them, replatting them.
Well, all different parcel IDs.
Yeah.
They're all
okay.
separate. They're all separate. They were deeded,
Yep.
but they're all separate parcel ID.
I mean, look, I think in general, it's better, especially lots that once had houses on them, it's better to have buildings on them than to leave them vacant, because but if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna be the property manager and the developer, and then subsequently the property manager, it sounds like there's gonna need to be an upgrade in the quality of the delivery of services.
And I agree with that. And I think my client agrees with that as well. As he stated, it's a bigger operation. They have 60 employees and own numbers of properties throughout the city. Because a few individuals come up and say that, this was done, or 311 calls were made, or trash was left there, if they have people going there 2 to 3 times a week cleaning it up, I think, to Mr. Ehrlich's point, maybe some density there and a structure would prevent people from continuing to dump trash and things like that on that.
Well, maybe, but the basic maintenance of sidewalks, et cetera, won't go away. I mean, that is the responsibility of the property owner to get the sidewalks at a minimum, you know, maintained and cleaned.
And he does
So-
do that.
So, but if there is an issue, who do the neighbors contact? How do they get in touch?
So there's actually a plaque on the front of every property that has our address, contact phone number, a name for a contact, direct contact information. So they would get in contact with the property manager of the property.
And
who
if
would-
that person is underperforming, how do they escalate it so that there is improved
Well,
performance?
that would then get raised up to the manager. So when they call, they would call the direct office. So if they called and they had, you know, an unsatisfactory experience with a property manager, they could call back and ask for the manager or someone above them to talk to rectify the problem.
Okay.
Could I just?
No, please. We're just trying to sort this out. Yeah. So what commitment do we have here?
I think that it would be a commitment to keep the properties,
Because, you know,
obviously.
John, your name's on the line because, you know, every time a lawyer's before us,
I agree.
I associate that lawyer with that property, you know?
I agree with that. And I feel really comfortable representing Dave and his brother Chris. I think that they're very good at what they do. And granted, they own a lot of properties. As I said, you know, somebody can come in here and, you know, there's been a lot of back and forth here with some of the people that are in this room, or two, one of them anyway. I think that they have an operation that is run throughout the city, that runs pretty well. I think that, you know, Dave put him on the spot now. I think he would represent to the board that they would, if there's a problem, like I said, like he stated, there is a number that they could call, and they would exceed whatever they're doing now if there is in fact a problem, which they do not think there is.
Counselor, I want to ask the client directly, we make an added effort to work with Joan and the neighbor here and other neighbors in the neighborhood to make sure that this works?
Absolutely.
Obviously, this is important enough for them to come down here and spend the day here. So we want to make sure that you and your organization are committed to this.
Absolutely. And our office is located right in Dorchester as well. So it's local. It's not like we're very far away.
Where's your office?
On Hallett Street in Dorchester.
I'm sorry,
On
Hallett?
Hallett Street in
Yep,
Dorchester.
okay.
What's the name of your company?
Greater Boston Management.
I'm going to make a motion, if I'm...
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review with specific instruction and proviso to you, the owner of the company, to make sure that the neighbors are on board. The construction is going to be, you know, a little bit of an issue, but to make sure snow removal and trash removal are continued, and whatever you're doing right now is not acceptable to these people. So I want the next level up. So if we're getting the silver package, I would like the gold package. Okay, it's pretty important that we do that because Joan's been around for a little while. She cares about that neighborhood. As you now are going to care a lot more about that neighborhood. So we want to make sure that works together.
They're not going to care a lot about
So, enough conversation. So we have a motion. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 863-406-28 Upton Street. There's also a companion case of building code BOA 863-408-28 Upton Street. This is a double 2x12 sleepers at all structural locations, a 60x60 opener for a roof hatch, 2x6 platform and salter spiral staircase, installation of structural steel beams, mechanically fastened by 2x12 deck frames, track deck and railing. Exterior alteration proposed a 340 square foot roof deck to be accessed by a spiral stair. The violation, Article 64, Section 34, roof structure restrictions, 12 inches above the main roof at a 5% pitch. Article 64, Section 34, access hatch 30 inches above the main roof. Article 64, Section 34, deck exceeds 330 square feet, which is 10%. This is the building code, Section 1011, 12.2 roof access, where a stairway is provided to a roof located 4 stories from grade. Access to the roof shall be provided through a penthouse. Chapter 10, Section 1011.10, spiral stairs. Spiral stairways are only permitted to be used as a component and the means of egress from a space which is not more than 250 square feet. Name and address for the record, please.
Adam Gibbons, 215 North Street, Georgetown, Mass.
And will either one of you be speaking?
No.
Speaking for the record, this is Kyle and Ally Dow, the owners.
Yeah, just a brief background. This particular project was at the subcommittee, and we thought it needed to come to the full board because we just needed to get clarification on the building code. Okay, so go ahead. Can you, generally when we see these cases, we first go and ask for a response on the building code and then go back to the request for whatever the project is, okay?
Certainly. Well, we believe the spiral staircase is within code. By code, it's allowed within the dwelling unit, which is where the spiral staircase exists. It is egress through and within the dwelling unit.
But it was cited as a violation, so somebody is looking at it a little differently.
And then the roof access, we're actually asking for a variance to put in a roof hatch rather than a penthouse. Within context, there are no penthouses on any of the other adjacent properties. They all have roof hatches that allow access to their roof decks. This project is replacing an existing roof deck, roof hatch, and ship's ladder with a new roof deck, new roof hatch, and the spiral stair within the building for access.
There has been a ship's ladder?
I'm sorry?
There has been a ship's ladder as a way of getting there?
That's correct, yeah. It's a wooden ship's ladder within the unit that goes from the top of the stairway up to the roof.
So the question is, I guess it was the question we had at the subcommittee, was the spiral staircase. Because it looks like it's, one of the issues is a spiral staircase. The second is the roof access. Is there a response to that? I mean, I don't even know where to begin. Mr. Pisani, can you help on this?
Well,
because
what is the size of the proposed spiral stair?
It's code compliant. So
what is the size?
60-inch diameter.
60. Okay. The issue on the hatch, I think we normally grant that. What is the wording on the violation for the spiral stair?
It says section 1011.10 spiral stairways. Spiral stairways are only permitted to be used as a component in the means of egress from a space which is not more than 250 square feet.
Does it give a tread width requirement then?
Not in that violation.
Got it. And make a motion on the building code to grant the building code relief for the hatch and for the spiral stair. There's an inherent problem though with the spiral stair, and that is the building code also says that you have to have a continuous rail. And there's a few ways you can do that. One is one spiral stair company makes a rail that slips over the rail, so that as you go up, it goes up, but it needs a point to latch at, which is a post that you put. Presumably you can handle that.
Absolutely.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now to the deck. Can you speak to that, please?
The zoning code refusal?
There are 3 violations.
The first one is no greater than 12 inches above the highest point of the roof. It says above main roof, but the way Article 64, Section 34 actually reads, it's to the highest point. We're at 11.5 inches above that point, so we believe we're in compliance there. The second Article 64, Section 34 is roof structure restrictions, access hatch. It says 30 inches above main roof. That actually reads 30 inches above the roof deck, and we're actually level with the roof deck. So that's 0 inches above the roof deck. So we also believe we're compliant there.
And the last one?
The last, Article 64, Section 34, is the roof structure restrictions. It says roof deck exceeds 330 square feet. That section actually refers to, Roof structures, head house, mechanical equipment normally built above the roof and not designed or used for human occupancy. So that actually refers to the head house or a head house, which we
But
don't
you
have.
don't have it.
I'm sorry?
But you do not have it.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
So we believe we're also compliant there as well.
So your argument is that you don't need variances, that you're compliant?
In the zoning code, yes, that's correct.
So,
Well, I think you want to be careful, because that leaves us in the position of having to deny zoning.
I suppose you could withdraw.
Okay. Well, if they withdraw, is that denial of purchase? No, it just never came before us.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be ironic if we're granting a variance, like, if the argument is you're compliant.
Yep. But, so in essence, the only reason here would be for code relief, and that's it, not for zoning relief.
Right.
But from our perspective, there is, why not just grant the zoning relief?
Something similar has happened like this in the past,
Yeah.
where counselors have come before you saying that they think that ISD made a mistake in citing it, and they went forward seeking the zoning relief anyway, just to make sure that the record was cleared.
Yep.
I mean, I don't want to tell you what to do, obviously, but this has happened before in the past.
That's where I was going to
So, yes, because, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and it feels like it's a South End special to always come with these dual issues between the zoning and the building code. They're really just replacing what's already existing and making it more safe with that spiral staircase. They're a young family that has occupied this home and really trying to get this work done. We're in strong support, and the neighbors were also in support at the meeting. Thank you.
The chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flynn's office, who would also like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to grant the zoning relief, whether it's needed or not.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. You can smile today, because we remember.
Thank you very much. Calling your next case, calling VOA 857-433, 1047 Blue Hill Avenue. This is a use of premise issued in 2007 for outdoor sales of 20 used motor vehicles. This permit was filed to renew violation of Article 7, Section 4, other protectional conditions. Name and address for the record, please.
Jose Fernandez, 1047 Blue Hill Avenue in Dorchester.
Okay, so you guys were at the subcommittee.
Yes.
Do you have so these guys were at the subcommittee. We wanted revised drawings showing as much screening and buffering, a relook at the layout of the vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So go ahead. Does Mr. Pisani have revised drawings?
Yes.
Thank you. Pass. They do, actually, I'll do. Pass the rest of it.
Oh, yeah. Give me one from the right.
So what kind of fence are you proposing?
Well, right now we have the existing fence that was there when we rented the lot for this purpose. It's just regular fencing.
Chain link?
Yeah, chain link fence around.
So you're going to keep that?
Well, yes, it's still in working order. And we've repaired the parts that were not.
And are you proposing any screening and buffering along the edges on Brookview and Blue Hill Ave?
Screening and buffering, sorry, I don't know.
Plantings or anything like that?
There's no where to plant anything on those.
Okay. So you're requesting 20 used vehicles at this lot?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And the access is off of Brookview or?
No, Blue Hill Ave, exit and entrance.
And where will staff be parking?
In the visitor parking 1 and 2.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
Better than they were.
Okay. Any questions from the board? And does your building have grates on it?
Tiene gates en el edificio. Tiene gates like a metal door, not grates.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, and members of the board. Whitney Celestin with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, here to speak in support of this project. They've had a conversation with the Harvard Blue Hill Circle Association, who support this change. They see no bothers to the community, and I also have a letter that I submitted to the board this morning. Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve with special attention from the BPDA for screening and buffering. I mean, the weeds out front of the picture that's here, and I've driven by this location several times. We ask you to be a good neighbor.
Yeah,
Or even like planting trees, I'm sorry.
No, yes.
Okay.
Make sure there's, follow up on Craig's point, Jeff, good screening and buffering, and perhaps replacement of one of those fences with something quality. You have to be a good neighbor. You're going to be there a while.
Yes.
Okay?
And just also, Jeff, special attention to where the 20 spots are, because this lot looks like it's jam-packed.
Okay.
All right, so I want to see where the spots are.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 754-552, 34 to 36 Williams Avenue. Also BOA 754-553, 38 Williams Avenue. This is for 3436. This is subdividing lot at 36 Williams Ave in High Park. The lot will have a total of 6,987 square feet. The new subdivided lot at 38 Williams will contain a total of 8,301 square feet. The violations, Article 69, Section 9, lot width is insufficient. And Article 69, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. This is for 38 Williams Avenue. This is a construction of a new two-family house on the lot next to an existing single-family. The violations, Article 69, Section 29, off-street parking, loading requirement, maneuverability. Article 69, Section 8, a two-family is forbidden. Article 69, Section 9, lot width is insufficient, and Article 69, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Ronnie Bias from 36 Williams Ave, Hyde Park. We presented this project at the hearing back in September 11. We discussed in detail, and it was deferred to allow me the opportunity to liaise with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services as well as the City Council. I did have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Brian Flynn from the Neighborhood Services Office as well as with Councilor McCarthy. I also did reach out to the immediate abutters. It included signatures for,
Tell us about what you're proposing itself, okay?
So essentially-
Let's just back up to the details.
Yeah, so we just subdividing the existing lot, 15,000 square foot lot, where my existing family residence is at 36 Williams. So we're subdividing the lot pretty much straight down the middle to accommodate the construction of the new house next door.
So, what's the square footage for 3436?
It's 20.
Under the proposed subdivision.
The square footage for the existing property will be about 6,500 square
No,
feet.
for the proposed subdivision.
Oh, it's 8,500 square feet.
8,500 square feet for 3436, and what's for 38?
No, for 38 it's 85 square feet.
And what's for 3436?
6,500 square feet.
6,500, and what
Yeah,
is the
just about.
zoning required?
6,000.
6,000, okay. And then 34 to 36, is that a two-family?
No, it's a single family home.
One family?
Correct.
Okay, and you're proposing a one-family?
I'm proposing a two-family next door.
Two-family at 38,
Correct.
okay? And so, let's see, what are your violations?
So-
So, let's see, your lot width is lot width and side yards are both are violations on both, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you have on 38, you have lot width, you have side yard, you have front yard insufficiency too.
That's right.
Okay, so just talk us through it and what are you proposing and what's required?
So the front yard violation is insufficient because it's following Article 2A, the existing building alignment.
So,
And
okay.
my house is the one with the widest lot, but can't consider that one as a model. So the house, 2 houses down, is the one that has the next widest lot, but unfortunately it has a 92 feet front yard, which kind of throws out the numbers. But in reality, the minimum it's 25, which I do have in that
So are you
proposal.
meeting 25?
Yes.
You are meeting 25, okay. How about the side yard?
So the side yard, we're about 10 feet short. It's supposed to be 60. We're about, actually about 12 feet short. 48.7, just about.
And how's the parking going to work?
There will be 4 parking spaces assigned to 38 Williams, and will be accessible through Highland Street, through a new proposed curb cut on that.
So this fenced-off area will continue to be the parking area in this area?
The parking is in the rear. If you
Yeah.
notice in the back there, there's an opening in the back there, an existing opening in that fence. You just need to add
So
the...
that will be shared with both parcels?
No, the parking for 36 Williams would be accessible through Williams Ave on the left side.
Okay. How are the plans designing?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Brian Flynn with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, representing Hyde Park. Please bear with me, I'm a little under the weather. We seek approval for this project, just with continued review due to the density of it. However, there's been no opposition from the community after abutters meetings that were held, and so we seek approval. Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? And this is proposed stick-built, right?
Correct.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with BPV and manager.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're all set.
Thank you.
Calling the last 2 cases for 11:30. Calling BOA 695-061, 1225 to 1229 Center Street. There is a companion case, BOA 695-062, 1231A. Are you going to defer?
I'm actually going to withdraw without prejudice.
May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we're going to call the interpretation.
I'll get it right here, Madam Chair. We'll get it done before 4 o'clock. There we go.
Okay, let's hear.
What's your rush?
What's going on? Interpretation?
We're doing the interpretation. Calling BOA 891-713-198 Hanover Street. The petitioner seeks the determination that Kim Tai Esquire, Assistant Commissioner of Plans and Zoning, Director of Policy of Inspectional Service Department, email. Name and address for the record.
For the record,
So I just need clarification. So this is, so I just need clarification, actually, so you are, what is, you are, what address are you at? What is your,
she is an abutter,
what's her address?
bear with me a moment, it's 204, 206, 208 Hanover.
Okay, and please your name on the record?
Yes, Madam Chairman. My name is Attorney George Jabbour. I represent the Romanos, live at that address, and they said they abut the proposed project. They're a long-time abutters, approximately 80 years, lived there the whole life.
Okay. Is anybody here to represent the building at 198 Hanover? Please, have a seat at the table, and please put your name and address on the record.
Rebecca Lee from Mintz Levin, representing Charter Realty, the owner of 198 Washington Street. Excuse me, Hanover Street. Also with me is Steve Blake, who's from Nunham Clennon, representing the property owner as well. And to my right is Karen Johnson from Charter Realty, property owner.
So, Counselor,
Yes, yes, thank you.
please proceed.
Yeah.
I need, first of all, I need clarification. What are you actually asking for interpretation of?
Well, I'm
Because
asking-
this sounds like half a sentence. Are you saying that that somebody erred in issuing this permit? What is the statement?
I'm saying they erred, they made a mistake, yes, and it should be rescinded.
So what did they err? What was the mistake?
Two respects, if I may. I've attached, I'll give you a short memorandum. I've attached as Exhibit A what the proposed project is. And
So, just for a minute, because I still need clarification.
Okay.
You're stating that ISD erred in issuing this permit?
Yes.
ERT, and what was ERT 703-609 for?
it's a permit to build
To build what?
a building. It's attached.
Help me here, help me.
If you look at Exhibit A, there it is. I'm sure, I can't describe it other than show you a picture. I don't mean to be cagey about it.
Yes.
Exhibit A is 2 pages.
Okay, so Exhibit A, they're proposing this new construction, is it?
Yes, and if you want the before, I have the before. If you go to Exhibit C, it'd be the third picture in. It shows, it's the old Martinetti liquor building on Cross Street, if you're all familiar with that. There's 2 pictures of the before. And if I may, the before is basically a 10-story building, and behind it is my client's building, 1, 2, 3, 4 windows that face the Greenway. Where it says Amy's Nails and Fresh Juices, that's my client's building.
So let's see, let's all catch up. So this is Exhibit C, is it?
Yeah, it'd be the 1, 2, 4th and 5th picture in. That's the before.
I'm still looking for Exhibit C.
C is the very last.
Okay. And so your client's building is Amy's?
The building that's going to be torn down has right now the signage, Fruit Juices and Amy's Nails, okay? My client building is directly behind that building.
I see. Okay. Okay.
Okay, as you can see, it's an older building, built in the 30s. It has approximately 4 windows, and you don't have a picture of it, but I have it in further pictures. It faces the Rose Kennedy Greenway unobstructed.
Okay. And
Now, if you want to see the after, you go to Exhibit A,
Okay.
what they're proposing to do.
Okay.
Exhibit A is 2 pictures of photographs. So the violations that I think the city missed, and I could tell that from the explanation they gave me, is there's North End Zoning Code Article 5418 says if you're going to tear something down, which they're going to do, they're going to demolish the whole building, you got to put the height back the way it was before June 24th, 1985. If you go to Exhibit B of my presentation, I was able to get this from the building department. It's the front view of the building, and it has the heights. And attached to that, behind that, is all the long forms for the buildings. Essentially, this property has 3 addresses in 3 buildings. They were combined in 1979. The problem my client has with the construction is that where there's 10 feet of height, they're going to 50 feet of height, so increasing it approximately 40 feet. I had asked Ms. Johnson, I don't see her, how is this going to happen? How can this come about? And I get complete radio silence from her. And the other violation is that since this project fronts the Rose Kennedy Greenway, according to Article 49, and there's two sections of Article 49, again, it's all set forth here, the property has to be, I'm going to quote it, the architectural detailing compatible with the observable historical and architectural character of other buildings in the area within which the proposed project is located, and with the Greenway parcels and so forth and so on. So Exhibit C, I've taken pictures of every conceivable building around there, including my client's building, which you looked at. And as you can tell, the North End is one of the oldest sections of Boston, and it consists primarily of brick buildings, granite, so forth and so on, fine stone architectural details, and right adjacent to that is the old Tunnel Turnpike building, which has a dome and distinctive architectural features and columns and so forth and so on. And if you go back to Exhibit A, they're putting up a building which is glass and steel. So that clearly doesn't comply with the mandates of the code, Section 49. Additionally, the project has to be approved by the Boston Civic Design Commission, and I could find no proof that has occurred. Incidentally, my last thing I have to say to you, so those are the two violations. There's two things I want to conclude with. One is that in 2008, their predecessor owners entered into an agreement with us, which basically said that there were existing uses. There was a coffee shop and there was an ATM machine, and now they're proposing to change all that and increase the height of the building, and they agreed that we'd have a private cause of action in the event they did that. I stood up before you this morning and said I'm not opposed to a bank or a coffee shop as long as they don't increase the height of the building, because
one's not dependent on the other.
Sorry?
One's not dependent on the other. So let's just, so is there anything more?
One last thing.
To say, yeah?
The only, they submitted, and I don't know if they submitted to you a memorandum where they claimed that, you know, we missed the statute of limitations, which I adamantly deny and say that the cases they cite is when you, basically the case, I read them all, when somebody starts building and breaking ground and you let them go off with their building, then you just can't sit by and let them do that. Here we didn't do that. We were asking, what are you doing? Show us what you're doing. And they basically fought with one hand behind their back until something recently came up.
So it sounds to me that your three issues essentially boils down to Article 49, the Greenway Overlay District, and the contextual nature of any proposed development. Second is Article 54, Section 18, the North End design, the North End zoning district, and your concern is the height. And the third thing is the evidence of civic design process and product or outcome from that.
Yes, Madam Chair, that sums it up well.
Okay, so who is going to speak representing the property owner?
I will.
Okay, so speak to, because was this permit issued as of right?
Yes, it was issued as of right in December 2017. No appeal was taken to this permit until September of 2018. and members of the board, honestly, I don't know why we're here. This is an interpretation masquerading as an interpretation that's actually an appeal of a building permit, and this appeal, in our view, is fatal procedurally. This is an appeal that should have been taken 45 days after the building permit was issued in 2017. Mr. Jabor's client actively participated in community meetings after the building permit had been issued about this project. It was well known that this project was on its way to construction. There's a construction fence around it. All of the buildings are vacant.
So this was, so even though this was an as-of-right permit, there was a community process?
Absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, and when did that happen?
I'm going to have Karen Johnson from Charter Realty speak about a process that lasted over a year.
Okay.
Because it included, for example, a demolition delay application to the Boston Landmarks Commission that was held, at which Mr. Jabor's client was present. They don't have any jurisdiction over the building to be built, but they had jurisdiction under Article 85 about the demolition of the buildings. They invoked a 90-day demolition delay, after which clearly a proponent is authorized to obtain a demolition permit. So this building permit was properly granted, and the allegation that ISD should have provided notice to the abutters or otherwise varied from their normal procedures is simply not the way that this is done in Boston. But in any case, we believe that this is actually a building permit appeal masquerading as an interpretation. But even if the board were to accept
Counselor,
this.
1 minute, because I still need to get to the process, because if this was as of right, there was a community process, there was active participation. When was the community process held?
Karen Johnson, Charter Cross Street. I'll try to be very succinct because it's been a very long road for us. Approximately 4 years since we acquired the property, and we initially reached out to all of our neighbors before we closed. We spent a couple of years in the design process because it's a very challenging property and obviously a very interested and vocal neighborhood. So we designed what we thought was a thoughtful building. We started our very public process in the summer of 2016. We received small project review under what was then the BRA because it's doesn't even trigger, the design component of small project review, it does not even trigger small project review because of the size of this project. It's a 5,000 square foot building. It's being replaced by a 5,000 square foot building in the north end. During that same time period, even though we did not have a required public process.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? You said it's a 5,000 square foot building being replaced by a 5,000 square foot building?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so please go ahead.
So even though we didn't have a required community process, we attended meetings held by NURA, the North End Waterfront Residents Association, and NUNIC, the North End Waterfront Neighborhood Council. At one point, the two groups asked us to attend a third meeting. That was all in the summer of 2016. As Rebecca noted earlier, we started the demolition process with the Landmarks Commission because the building was more than 50 years old. In December of 2016, they decided to hold hearings because, again, the historic nature of the North End, not specifically our building, but we held community meetings associated with that in March of 2017. Attorney Jabor's client, Angela Benvenuto, attended one of those meetings and saw a full presentation of our project.
So this was in March 17?
March of 2017.
Okay.
Again, as Rebecca noted earlier, we received our building permit in December of 2017. At that point, we held additional community meetings because we were pursuing through the conditional use permit process, Citizens Bank. We were here this morning for that, and another tenant which has since withdrawn. So we have had a very robust community outreach and community meeting process in the North End for well over 2 years.
Have you exchanged packages of the stuff that was submitted to this board?
I'm sorry.
Have you exchanged?
Stuff I just gave you?
Yes.
I sent it to him last week.
So let's go, thank you very much. Because I think our confusion a little bit is that we're looking at the aerial view, the first, I guess, Exhibit A. And this is 5,000 square feet replaced by 5,000 square feet?
Yes, the proponent had originally looked to build a building that was 55 feet in height and reduce the height of the building after hearing neighborhood feedback. The height of the existing building at the property is higher than what the proponent is proposing to replace it with. The height of the existing buildings on the property is 43 feet. There's a segment on the Salem Street side that is taller than the Martinetti's that runs across the property. But the height of the building at the property, which is all one property, has one address, not three addresses, 198 Hanover Street.
And what's the height?
43 feet 1 inch.
But then it steps down.
Yeah, it comes down, but for purposes of zoning calculation, it's 43 feet.
I understand, but this is not dollar for dollar. You take the total square footage of the current existing buildings and the square footage of what's shown in the rendering, it's not the same. There's significant more square footage, isn't there?
Because you might be seeing something different from what we're seeing. We're seeing a package that includes a rendering that looks like this. The Urban Exchange and Farm.
It's a one-story. The one-story building that is being built on the property is one story with an inside mezzanine. So the building that is being constructed will be just over 37 feet in height.
Okay. Is there a representative here from ISD? Please put your name and address on the record and talk through the process because, as you know, the applicant here is contending that ISD erred in the issuance of this permit.
Yes, of course, Chairperson. My name is Kim Tai. I am the Assistant Commissioner of Plans and Zoning and Director of Policy and Inspectional Services at 1010 Mass Ave. Typically, our building permit process, as you know, is where an applicant comes in with a set of plans and a plot plan for our plans examiners to review. It is reviewed for zoning code and building code compliance, as well as all other city, state, and federal regulations. If an examiner finds anything within the plans to be non-compliant, a refusal letter is issued to the applicant, be it zoning or building code. If it relates to any other agency's jurisdiction, they are referred to that department for review. And then it isn't until all approvals are obtained by the applicant, be it through an appeals process or for an as-of-right project, where it is found to be compliant with all codes and regulations, that we issue a building permit.
Specifically on this case, this was found to be an as-of-right project.
That is correct.
So, actually, you should tell me.
Yes,
give me the details.
So my understanding with this particular permit application was to construct, it was an ERT application. The building permit issued in December of 2017. It was reviewed by a plans examiner and found to be compliant with the zoning and building codes.
Okay. And so the permit was issued in December 17.
That's correct.
And by regulation, an abutter has 45 days in which to appeal that permit?
That is correct. That's under Section 8 of the Enabling Act.
If I may, Madam Chairman, only if we have notice
hold on.
of it.
I just want to, so for an ERT, the abutter has 45 days in which to appeal the issuance of that permit.
That is correct.
And that would have expired in February, mid-February?
Approximately, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
If I may, the case law is clear. We have to have notice, actual notice of the permit, and the clock starts running when we have actual notice of the permit. That's well established. Massachusetts, Boston interpretation of Boston zoning code case law. And additionally, I don't know if you're going to ask her if there's any Boston
So you're contending that you were not notified of the issuance of the permit?
Nope.
So when permits are issued as of right?
Yes.
What is your protocol on that?
There is no notification that is sent out. Notification through our process is only sent out when there's a community process that's triggered through an appeals process, where abutters are noticed.
Okay. However, on this particular project, there was a community process that you just identified that was months long. Okay.
Could I also just note for the record?
Let me just ask a question first of the ISD representative. Yeah. Forgetting for the moment the issue of procedure on the 45 days, assuming that this was timely, you've seen the memo that the attorney drafted. What's your view of the merits of the complaints?
We stand by our initial and final review of the permit and that it issued on its merits based on the plans that were approved, and that there's no reason to believe that my staff erred in their decision to issue that permit.
Can you be more specific, though, in responding
Yes,
to
specifically with the issues that were raised by council with this particular case, we do not feel that we erred.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to note for the record that any person can access the ISD permits system online, and anybody can type in the address of a property and get a full listing of all permits listed for that permit, for that property. Electrical permits, long form building permits, short form building permits. So that any time, day or night, any permits issued. It is also not the practice, as I understand it, for ISD to, on ISD, as the Assistant Commissioner has testified, to, as a matter of course, issue notice to the world that a building permit has been issued, because that information is readily available.
If I may, my client's 80 years old, does not even have a cell phone. And we asked them, you got a permit, and they did everything in their power to dodge, deny, delay.
I understand the age issue. However, I also understand that she was present at a community process. Who was she represented by? How long have you represented her?
I've represented her for a number of years.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, and it's tough to pull the wool over my eyes, but they did a great job of doing the best they could to make it so difficult. In fact, the case law says there's some indication, if you really want to protect your rights, send her a notice. We got a permit. And then there's no dispute. But they did everything in their power.
You know what? I think we all have self-help skills. Anything else anybody else wants to put on the record?
I would like to put on the record, I appreciate ISD's representative, but I think somebody asked her to specifically tell us how, when the North End Code says you cannot exceed the height of the existing building, I've attached the long forms. All the plans examiner had to do was look at the long forms and see in one instance he's going 40 feet over the last recorded height of the building. The other thing is the design of the building certainly does not comply. Nobody's disputing any of this. The question was asked, assume we're timely, would you agree that there's some violations? And her response was the bureaucratic one, we stand by what we did, but we can't figure out what their thought process is and how they came to the conclusion. Where is there evidence that the Boston Civic Design Commission reviewed?
Well, that's not, Boston Civic Design Commission is not something we deal with. We deal very specifically with a couple of elements. And it sounds to me, from my opinion, is that there was a process that was where there was a willing participation in a public process.
You know what the public, excuse me, Troy, you know what the public process was? They wanted to get what they were here for, those conditional use permits.
Honestly, but it sounds to me like there was a public process as spoken about in 2016. and a willing participation as represented by the attorney in small project review. So
somebody would have checked there was no permit.
So I just think that we need to make a decision today. It might be nice to send it to the law department. But I don't see how, if there was a due diligence process conducted to get to this end, how ISD erred on this. So may I have a motion, please?
I will make a motion that this, with respect to this board, ISD did not err in issuing the permit.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. And please know that we're always ready to call ISD on issues where they have heard. Okay? So thank you.
Thank you.
The meeting is now adjourned.
No.